there have been 2 incidents of flooding. And this kind of flooding is going to, there was one of the largest evacuations of the collections had to happen from the basement of Louvre Museum in 2016 because the water had flooded the forecourt, and so they had to rescue these important collections there. And this was never done before until, after the World War. So you also have other examples, which I just show one from Bangkok, where floods had really created a lot of damage, but not only to the city of Bangkok, but also many of the archaeological sites. This is one of the sites called Ayutthaya in Thailand, and it was extremely flooded, and it was very hard to actually get the water out for a long time. So because of the stagnation of water, standing water, a lot of brick structures and the foundations of these structures got really damaged. So it's a real threat to our archaeological sites because they are normally, the slope is not really in favor. And if you have much higher rainfall, and if you have developments around, for example, in this case, around the archaeological site of Ba Dinh in Hanoi city in Vietnam, it is right in the middle of the city, and because of this high temperature and because of the these are low-lying areas, many of the archaeological areas, it is very difficult to drain the water out, and that creates huge problems with regards to water and humidity conditions, which kind of damage the materials. Another important thing that I would like to mention here is that many of our traditional materials and structures are not used to the new environmental conditions. So in many parts of the world, for example, we may be using wood or adobe, and of course these traditionally were very well suited to the local climate. But with the changing environmental conditions, these adobe constructions, they might be more sustainable in a cold, dry climate. But with the rise in temperature and higher rainfall, many of these mud constructions may not be able to survive. And similarly, we have issues of termites or insects in wooden structures, because again, when the climatic conditions are different and when humidity leads to more tropical kind of environment in areas where there was never a tropical environment, and there you get new kind of risks or new kinds of challenges. So we have this huge challenge of adapting traditional technology and materials to fast changing climatic patterns. Now, if we start looking at many of our World Heritage cities, we know that many of them are located next to the river, or they are very much, along the coast. And so obviously, because of climate change, many of our World Heritage cities are at much higher risk. And many of these floodings are also followed up by landslides. So we may also find that many of these cities are now going to be threatened by landslides as well, especially those which are along the mountains or the hill slopes. So we have cumulative kind of threats due to the events that are triggered by climate change. So when we think about cumulative impacts, we need to also understand that it's not just a problem of rainfall or flooding. It is also a problem of other kind of events that can follow up after such big storms or floods happen. For example, in New York, when we had Hurricane Sandy in a few years ago, after that hurricane, there was a lot of electrical short circuiting, and many of the wooden structures which were in the historic neighborhoods were burnt out. So in fact, it was not the damage created by these hurricane, but it was the result of the short circuiting and the fire that happened afterwards that such a huge damage happened to cultural heritage. We are all aware of what's happening with the bushfires or the forest fires. And a Parthenon site was recently again in the news. I'm sure you would have heard about it, when fire had just spread very nearby this important landmark heritage monument, and it was fast approaching. And this situation occurred before also in 2007. So it's, when we talk about forest fires, we also need to understand that many of our heritage sites are actually located in forested areas. And so it's not a question of just losing the forests. It's also a question of putting a lot of our heritage sites at risk, those which are in the forested areas. Moving to another major threat that our heritage sites are facing, it's the sea level rise. And as I mentioned before, many of our heritage cities, our archaeological sites are coastal areas, in the coastal areas, and with the sea level rise, we are going to have real threats to many of these sites, because they would be inundated, or they will come under the sea level. So this is just one of the examples from a site in United States, where in 50 years we are actually expecting this island to be underwater because of sea level rise. And also, of course, soil erosion or pollution or deterioration is a phenomena which is always there. But with the climate change, what we face is that the rate of erosion, the rate of deterioration is much more increased. So we will see that erosion rate has sometimes doubled or even tripled because of this whole phenomena of climatic change that's happening. And now coming to other kind of cultural heritage, when we think about cultural landscapes, we also have to understand that a lot of local flora and fauna, we have cultural landscapes with wine cultivations. We have cultural landscapes with coffee or with rice plantations. And we all know that with this environmental changes, many of these traditional species that had determined the cultural landscape of that area is no longer able to kind of sustain those species. And so it's going to pose threat. And we have to also understand that this is also connected to the impact on the livelihood of the people, because many of these places, when you won't be able to grow those kind of traditional crops or plantations, people will have to move out and look for other livelihoods, and that's going to also have an impact on the heritage values of the place. In this case, in the World Heritage Site of Shirakawa-go, where they were using thatch, it's a very traditional material which is coming from the local vegetation. And when you are not able to have that kind of vegetation, of course, it's going to have an impact on the architectural values of this kind of settlement. So natural heritage is going to have an impact on cultural heritage. And of course, we need to not look at them separate, but we have to understand how these would have a direct and the indirect impact in many ways because of climate change. And I want to bring another element of impact, which sometimes we don't think, but it's going to be very important as well, especially in the future. That climate change is actually going to create more conflicts. The conflicts might be because you are not able to sustain in a particular place because the water is no longer available, and you are forced to either relocate or move to other areas, or there would be people who are able to get resources, but there would be other people who may not be able to have resources, which will lead to conflicts. And those kind of conflicts can also lead to other kind of threats to heritage, for example, looting and vandalism. So we have history to tell us that a fight over water has led to a lot of conflicts and damage to heritage, and the situation is going to get even more worse in the future. So this is just one example from Mongolia, where because the traditional nomadic herders are no longer able to practice their livelihoods, so they are forced to kind of resort to digging of these archaeological remains to sell them in the market to earn some money. Now, of course, we can blame them, but we also need to understand that they are sometimes forced to do this because they are no longer able to sustain. So there is this indirect link also with the climatic change on heritage. So when we think about climate change related risks, it's important for us to think about both the long term or the gradual effects which might be related to, for example, to temperature change or extinction of species or vegetation shifts or humidity changes, but also short-term effects or extreme weather agents, which could be like flash flooding or landslides or storms and cyclones, droughts, etc., or forest fires. So we need to kind of think about multiple impacts that climate change will have, both the long term or the cumulative and the short term or the extreme weather events. And this will have immense impact on our heritage. Just to show you one example, in this case of World Heritage City in Africa, Zanzibar in Tanzania, you can have multiple effects on the city, you know, from sea level rise to fire, to cyclones and flooding. So we need to kind of understand how these different kind of threats will come together to produce a very complex kind of a crisis for heritage. Now we need to always understand that there are factors that are increasing the vulnerability of heritage to climate related hazards, because it's not just the blame of the climate. You know, we can't just keep on blaming the climate. In fact, there are many factors for which we as human beings are responsible, because of which we are actually increasing the vulnerability to such climate related hazards. So I just want to show you one example from India, where we had flash floods a couple of years ago. And we see that the floods really came in, and then it led to a lot of damage to structures. There were new structures, but also there were historic structures which were damaged. You can see a lot of silt coming in, and that kind of buried many of these structures because the silt was carried by the water coming down from the glacier, because it is up in the Himalayas, in the mountains. And so there were kind of multiple threats to, of course, to human lives and to structures, but also to heritage. And many of them really collapsed. And there were also effects such as erosion. And you can see the huge damages because of the kind of cutting down due to the water, you know, coming in and taking away a lot of soil. So what we need to understand is that this kind of damage was not just because of the weather related or climate related event. Of course, because this happened during summertime and the glaciers were already melting, so it was definitely connected to climate change with heavy rainfall. But there was also a very important factor that people had cut down the trees. So there was a lot of deforestation. And when you cut down the trees, of course, you need to this leads to erosion and landslides. And that's what happened. And also, we forget that, as I show you here, that a lot of development had happened in areas which are, you know, for tourism related, because there were a lot of heritage sites in this area, and they carry sometimes a lot of religious, you know, significance for the people. There was a lot of development of hotels and, you know, tourism infrastructure along the river. And this is actually not to be built upon, you know. So the new development that happened along the river created, you know, a kind of risk because water just could not spread. You know, it was built on the floodplain area, and that created the actual kind of damage more than just the climate. So the important that I want to mention is that we need to understand the link of climate change and its impact on heritage to the larger kind of territorial development issues, because a lot of these developmental issues in the larger regional or territorial level are responsible, sometimes because of human actions. I would say mostly because of human actions, and therefore they need to be considered. Well, when we think about this development, we need to understand that urbanization is really increasing, and number of people living in urban areas is actually now getting more and more than the rural areas. You can see here how fast our areas are becoming urbanized. So of course, with increased urbanization and the, you know, kind of structures coming up, how do you say, urban sprawl. A lot of agricultural land is being built over, and this destroys the ecology of the place. So this is an issue that is connected to development, and this kind of development actually destroys the ecosystem of the place. And so if you have changes in the climate and environment, this kind of development doesn't allow you to adapt to this changing climatic conditions. So I just want to give you example from Bangalore city in India, where there was a very defined ecosystem with lakes and canals, and as you can see on the image on your right side. But then with the new development, which cut down many of these canals, these lakes could not function as an ecosystem, right? I mean, they were all reduced to pools or ponds with no connection to the water flow. And so many of them became like just stagnant water pools. And there were traditional structures like dams. You can see a part of that remains of that dam in this image on your left side, and that stopped to function because so it's not just a question of heritage which is physical, or which can be only admired for its architectural value, but it is also the functionality of this kind of structures, because they used to control the flow of water. And with the new development, although the structure remains, it is no longer able to perform its function. And so a part of its heritage significance is actually lost. And that creates a kind of huge issue where many of the lakes are becoming like sewage, collecting areas, and there are kind of many issues with the pollution in the lake, and the kind of threats because of that. Moving to this other issue that we are all facing these days, and we have been through it, as I mentioned earlier, climate change is also connected to epidemics, because the way we have done development, we have altered animals' habitat and where they live, who eats whom, and because of that, humans are, of course, more susceptible to pathogens which are carried by these wild animals, and we are kind of suffering from it. We know what's happening. So we need to kind of link that to heritage as well, because what has happened to our cultural heritage because of pandemic, with heritage that was loaded with tourists, visitors. We have a situation where many of them were abandoned for many, many weeks and months, as you know, and we are still facing kind of issues where many of these sites cannot be, managed fully well, because you can't have enough people there, and of course, many of these sites cannot earn their revenue because you can't have enough tourists to visit them because of the limitations due to pandemic. So we need to kind of understand this, and we need to understand that we are going to have more and more of these black swan events, which are highly unlikely to happen, but whenever they happen, they would have severe consequences. So we have to be really, this pandemic really leads us to understand that we have to be prepared for unexpected. And we have to do more and more preparation for what is unexpected, because climate change driven events and cumulative impacts are going to create such situations. And we have to realize that whether it is pandemic or climate or conflicts or the changes or the differences in economy, I mean, these all things are interconnected, and these are going to have much more severe impacts when they collaborate with each other, unfortunately, as is happening now. So we need to move, and that's something I would like to emphasize. Now I'm going to move to the last part, where I'm going to talk about what does it mean for heritage conservation and management. So it means that for a long time, heritage conservation has been based on deduction. It has been based on evidence collected from the past. Well, that's always important, and we need to always believe in data and the kind of historical information which will help us to plan our actions whenever any damage or anything happens. But it's really important now that our conservation science has to move from deduction to be based on prediction, because as I mentioned, our future is not going to be only determined by the past. A lot of things that are happening today are going to add to things which will be unexpected and which will be exponential. And so we have to take them into account. And so the growth is not going to be linear as we might have expected before. And what does it imply? It implies that we have to create scenarios for the future. We have to believe in modeling, and we have to plan our conservation interventions based on futuristic modeling that takes into account different kind of parameters for which we have enough evidence, and or if we even if we don't have evidence, we expect the unexpected. And so that's something that we must take into account as we plan. We also need to make sure that it's not clear. I think the text I had written on this was that the change is the only constant. So we must believe, we should not shy away from change, because for long, conservation has been kind of aimed at stopping change, or at least that was the kind of idea when we were thinking about conservation interventions. But it's very important now that rather than fighting or resisting change, we understand and accept the changing context. And that means that we need to understand that the values will change over time. So culturally, there will be a changing context. Communities are going to change over time. So socially, there will be a change. There will be economic change, environmental, institutional, and very importantly, attitudinal, which means that people's needs and perceptions are going to change. And we need to orient heritage conservation and management by understanding and accepting and directing the change. So it's more about managing the change, which is the critical part of heritage conservation practice, in order to make sure that our heritage survives in the future. If we just want to preserve it and just keep it, probably we will fight a losing battle. So it doesn't mean that we need to let our heritage get changed and let our values disappear. No, but what is important is that when we try to protect the values for our heritage, we need to recognize and protect them by addressing the change, by managing the change and not stopping the change. And that is a very important, I feel, approach that we must have. And that requires us to do a lot of actions on the ground. One is preparation of risk maps. So this is, I'm just showing you slides from Fraunhofer Foundation in Germany, which has been doing a very exciting and interesting work on preparing risk maps, taking into account, different kinds of threats due to climate change on heritage. So we need to do it at the regional level. We need to do this kind of work, a mapping of risks at the building level or at the site level, and then even at the level of the interiors or the specific finishes or decorative elements. And we need to kind of make this risk scenarios for the future. As I have been emphasizing, the only way to sustainably manage and conserve our heritage will be to prepare scenarios and to take preventive or preparedness actions so that we can address these scenarios in the best meaningful manner. So what do we expect our heritage to be in 2100? Let's try to first understand what may happen, and then we start to take actions slowly but surely. And that will also be economically more sustainable, because the moment the damage actually happens, it's very, very difficult to recover or restore it. So that's where I really wanted to emphasize the importance of looking through time and space and creating multiple modeling scenarios. This also means, like, for different threats, how different kind of scenarios will unfold. We need to look at that. Okay, so let me move very quickly to the last part of my presentation. I would like to emphasize that we need both mitigation, and mitigation also needs to be understood differently from climate change perspective. and from disaster perspective. So from the climate change perspective, we need to do enough so that our infrastructure in the heritage sites is environment friendly. We don't emit more carbon emissions, and more carbon emissions will create more risks, as we know. So we need to build in a environmental friendly manner, and that will be all about mitigation against climate change. We know that even now we invest so much on the infrastructure, on the development in and around our heritage sites, that we don't calculate what is the kind of impact on the environment, and that's important for us to look at. And also at the same time, we need to adapt the way we do our conservation interventions to the changing situation. So we can no longer use the same kind of treatments, materials, because we need to change them according to the changing environmental conditions. So if we were using a certain kind of consolidation, maybe that consolidation needs to be reviewed in the light of changing temperature and humidity conditions, and also the resulting hazards or threats. So that kind of adaptation also needs to be considered. And of course, we need to mitigate in terms of disasters impact. What can we introduce in our sites so that the impacts of higher, heavy rainfall, or the impact of storms and hurricanes or typhoons can be kind of managed, or the impacts are reduced. So that is a different kind of mitigation, and we need to kind of look at all these aspects. So I would like to also emphasize here that rather than always thinking about protecting heritage or managing heritage with regards to climate change, we also need to understand that heritage actually can contribute a lot to energy efficiency, by controlling microclimate or managing ecological footprint. And so we need to learn from heritage as well, in terms of how heritage has evolved by taking into account the local context and the local climatic context, and how our heritage has also changed in the past by adapting itself to the changing environmental conditions. So there is a lot to learn from heritage itself. And rather than always focusing on protecting heritage, we need to learn a lot from the traditional knowledge which is there embedded in our heritage, in the way of architectural design, in the way our cities have been planned. For example, in this case, you are not stopping the flood, if you see on the image on your left side, but you design your vernacular architecture in a way that you accept floods. So because that's kind of a part of your life. So you have adapted your life around a certain kind of conditioning, and if you lose that, then as you see on your image on the right side, you may get more flooding. Many of our traditional settlements have distinct ecological relationships that have sustained them, and we need to kind of learn from them, because they tell us a lot of ways in which we can manage by understanding our context and managing the changing conditions that we are confronted with. So I'm going to the end of my presentation by talking about what do we mean by rethinking heritage management in the light of what I just explained. So first thing I would like to emphasize is the importance of coordination, breaking the silos. Our problem is that heritage is always very much focused with the Ministry of Culture, because that's the primary ministry. And the other kind of issues I just talked about, whether it's climate change, disaster risk management, or urban development, they are all in their own little world. They are all, but there's very little coordination among these different departments and ministries. It also means that we need to understand the vocabulary that are used in different domains. So that's one important thing that we must think about. How do we connect different stakeholders, different sectors, and we need to kind of make an extra effort, because that's the only way we can make a change. It cannot be done only by the heritage sector itself. It also means that we need to integrate climate action in our planning and design interventions, both from the site level to the regional level. And that means that we need to kind of look at this cross connection between nature and culture. And this is another important point that I want to bring forward, that addressing climate change in terms of conservation and management demands from us a more link between nature and culture across different sectors. And this requires us to have a territorial perspective for heritage conservation and management, where we don't focus on just heritage site or the city, but look at its connections and linkages with the larger context. And that requires us to develop new approaches, tools, methodologies, because if we focus only on our heritage site and forget the larger context, the multiple jurisdictions that are there. So that kind of approach that we are now working on at Icom is what we call place-based approach for heritage management. And this is part of Icom and IUCN. We are working together with IUCN on this World Heritage Leadership Program, where we are really trying to develop this place-based approach for heritage management, which goes beyond just looking at your site. And it also means redefining the objectives of heritage management, thinking about both the tangible and the intangible values, looking at the ecosystem services and socioeconomic and public health benefits to people without compromising the values, and link to the larger context of the place. So, I mean, these are very important for us. It's no longer only protection and preservation of physical fabric. We need to kind of, in our heritage management practice, we need to include all these objectives as well. And this means that we need to recognize the linkage of values of the site with a wider context. And in terms of climate change and disaster risks, it also means that we need to address risks to heritage due to developments in the wider context, as I was explaining to you through several examples. And very importantly, it means working across multiple jurisdictions and geographical boundaries. So these are definitely the key things that we need to consider. And in terms of heritage management, we need to again put a risk lens in these times of uncertainty, as I was explaining to you with this black swan thinking. We need to focus a lot on mitigation, preparedness, and adaptation. We need to have a multi-hazard approach where we can't focus only on flood or separately on different kinds of threats, but try and understand the linkages between them. And very importantly, we need to build back better. When I say build back better, it doesn't mean that we destroy our heritage and build it back. But what we mean is that we actually reduce vulnerabilities of our heritage, because our heritage cannot survive in the existing context in the future. So we need to anticipate what may happen in the future and then reduce vulnerability to it through our conservation and management interventions. And that means that we need to have a lens of resilience, where we need to bounce forwards rather than bouncing backwards. So it's a future thinking that we must have in our heritage conservation and management practice. So I'm just concluding my presentation by speaking about the resource manual that we are working on right now at Icom under the World Heritage Leadership Program, which is in fact updating this manual that was done in 2010. Now, more than 10 years afterwards, we are now reworking on it with a place-based approach, which links people, nature, and culture. That's kind of a key kind of a principle which we follow now in our revised version of this manual. We include biohazards in the updated version, of course, learning from the COVID-19 for the future, such events, how can we be better prepared, and definitely linking climate change impacts on disasters, which is absolutely important. So I'm not going to come into description of this in detail, but I just want to just show you the framework for disaster risk management of World Heritage properties that we are currently developing, which is really integrating climate change in the way we manage and conserve our heritage sites. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Dear Rohit, thank you very much for this really inspiring and excellent lecture full of information and important knowledge. Now we are open for the questions. Do we have any questions already? Our technicians will open the Zoom. Not yet. So I would ask something to start. How actually is the best way, how to organize actually the best way on the levels of the city? You mentioned the lens of resilience. Could you explain a little bit more what are the lenses of resilience and how to use them? What are these basic steps that each city actually would have to start with in the current situation?
Thank you very much. So, what I mean by resilience thinking in the context of cities is that we need to mainstream heritage in the larger urban development practice. So, for long, urban conservation has been focused around just conserving the historic urban areas, but this will not function anymore. What we need to do is to make a very clear link with the urban development sector, whether it's a municipality, the different departments in the municipality, infrastructure, environment, shelter, transportation, all of them need to have, so heritage institution or heritage sector or departments have to make extra effort that heritage concerns have to be included in the way cities will develop in the future. So, the more we say that we don't want to make any change in the city because we want to preserve it, it's not going to work because things are not going to remain static. And that's where we need to kind of move and start making linkages beyond our little sector.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that this is really very important. We are trying in this way in Slovenia. Tanja Hochnitz will talk about that later today. And another question from my side. You mentioned that we have to connect risk management together with the management of the heritage sites. Yeah. Could you maybe share with us any good example or
Yeah.
experiences?
Thank you so much. I think that's a very good question. And I will first kind of try to say why I said that. So, the very reason why I said that was because many times we are getting criticism that we already have so much problem in managing our sites, and you want to develop a separate risk management plan. And we don't have money, we don't have people who can manage, do another risk management. So the important thing here I wanted to emphasize is that you can manage a lot of your disaster risks or other kind of risks by doing better management. The only thing that we require is to have a understanding and thinking about what risks you are facing and try to integrate them in the way you do your maintenance, the way you do your monitoring, because a lot of risks can be reduced by simple maintenance and monitoring, which we normally don't. For example, maybe we have a lot of issues with flooding, but the drainage lines, the drainage areas are not clean because they are full of dry leaves. And that's a simple maintenance issue. If we kind of link the two issues together, we will try to make people understand that better management will reduce risks rather than having a separate risk reduction plan.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have any raised hands? Yeah, we have here in auditorium one question. I would ask my colleague, Matthias Turlic, to join me.
Hi, Rohit. Thank you very much for your talk. It was really inspiring and a lot of food for thought. You mentioned several sectors that need to collaborate in order to make heritage more resilient, and that was really excellent, I thought. That Ministry of Agriculture, for example, or industrial development, those are all critical to how we look upon heritage and how heritage as a cross-cutting horizontal issue can help in general societal development. But there's, and you've also outlined really successfully, I think, how heritage is dynamic. And part of that dynamism is loss as well. So I wonder what your thinking is about managing loss, because inevitably some heritage will have to be lost in the process of development or in the process of climate change. We see communities moving away from coastlines and abandoning their way of living because those coasts are being lost. For example, in Louisiana, in southern states. So I wonder what your thoughts are about dealing with loss. And my second question would be about whether you see a role for heritage as a leader in climate change adaptation. Many institutions, for example, large heritage institutions, are thinking about how to develop internal policies to make their institutions completely CO2 neutral, for example, by 2030, 2035. And that's going to be an incredible sign of leadership if such institutions make that. I just wondered what your thoughts were on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Both the questions are really, important and really good. So let me start with the last question first. I think heritage sector has a lot of role to play in showing the leadership. And because what we are missing is, I see problems at two ends. One is that there's a lot of misunderstanding outside heritage sector on what is heritage sector all about. People think of heritage sector in a very narrow way. We are some, people who are just doing some treatment to some monuments, that's it. The larger kind of understanding of what heritage management or what heritage means for us and what heritage conservation management implies is not understood by the wider world. So I think if we have to play this leadership role, one of the most important thing for us is to make ourselves better understood by the non-heritage world and start showing some good practices. And starting those good practices will also mean that we need to kind of learn the vocabulary of the other sectors. And I feel that is a big problem because we don't know the vocabulary of other sectors. Sometimes we say something which is so important for the wider world to understand, to recognize, but because we are so much focused in our own little language and terminology and discussions, we kind of don't make ourselves understand. And this is something that I have learned also from my work in the disaster management sector. In the beginning, 15, 20 years ago, we were thought of as some elites who want to just talk about few coffee table things, but the more we say, no, when we talk about heritage, we also mean traditional livelihoods. We also mean food security. We also mean there is a link of heritage with everything. So I think if we have a lot of potential to show this leadership role by actually trying and reach the outside world and show them what we can contribute. So that I think is my response to your first question. Second question, if you can just quickly remind me of the first question. Sorry, it just
so that was about dealing with loss in terms of how heritage is dynamic.
Yes. I think that's a very critical question. So I feel that it's not about, you can't, I think certain degree of loss we have to accept. And the important thing for us is to understand the threshold of loss that we are willing to accept. I think we have not set up benchmarks for ourselves to understand, because loss of something also means gain in something. So if we have to gain a future sustainability, some of it may have to lose. And so that's where I feel that loss is something, in my view, that has to be redefined in the context of heritage conservation, because it's no longer about shielding something from outside world. It's about managing something in the context of the changes in the outside world. So I think there's a kind of shift that we have to make in the larger understanding of loss, because the more we focus only on loss to contain the loss, I think we are entering in a little bit of a problem.
Thank you so much. And that confirms the idea that conservation is in fact sustainable management of change. And part of that change is inevitably, in some cases, lost. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Rohit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Do we have any more questions? If not, I would thank you, dear Rohit, for really inspiring lectures, for answering all our questions. So we will have a short coffee break, and we will meet at 10:45 when Rohit will start the session and leading the thematic scope 1. So see you in 20 minutes, 10:45, we are all back. Hello, we are back from coffee break, so we will start with the other part of the first session. Rohit will take over the floor, and I'm passing you the word, Rohit. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair the session. The topic of the session is what is the state of the art and how prepared are we? And we have very exciting lineup of presentations during this session. And what we will every presentation is allocated 15 minutes. Maybe if there are questions that you can start to put them in the chat box, and then we will be able to take those questions at the end. But let me start right away with our first presenter. Our first presenters are Ramiro Pereira and Herman Castillo from Colombia. And they are going to speak on Cartagena de Indias in Colombia, a World Heritage City, preparing to face climate change. So let me pass the floor to the speakers. Please, Mr. Pereira, over to you.
Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Ramiro Pereira. Envié un video que es autónomo para transmitirlo directamente desde Eslovenia. Hay un link donde está el video.
Thank you. We will now play the video colleagues from Colombia sent to us, and then we will have discussion.
The Ciénaga de la Virgen, Ciénaga de Juan Polo, the Magdalena River. Drawing on history, Cartagena de Indias prepares to face climate change. Cartagena de Indias is water. It has the Caribbean Sea and its ocean currents, the Bay of Cartagena with its pipes, lakes and lagoons, the Bay of Barbacoas, the Ciénaga de la Virgen, Ciénaga de Juan Polo, the Magdalena River, and the Canal del Dique, in which the streams drain through 75 rain channels. The port, fortress and monumental complex of Cartagena de Indias was declared a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in November 1984, being the first Colombian place to become part of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage List. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, it was endowed by the Spanish crown with the most extensive system of defensive fortifications in the New World, which is mostly preserved. Since its foundation in 1533, it has been affected by tropical storms that cause strong winds, abundant rains and swells. On several occasions temporary storm demolished part of its fortifications and damaged bastions and curtains and also convents and churches. Its set of bodies of water that interconnected the open sea with the bay, and the canals, lagoons and inner swamps formed an integral system that prevented its flooding. To protect it from the onslaught of the sea, the engineer Antonio de Arevalo built the Escalera de la Marina from 1765 to 1771, between the bastions Santo Domingo and Santa Catalina, with a length of 1,354 meters and a thickness of 4,15 metros submerged in the sea, joined together by 13 perpendicular arms filled with stone and shell. The front over the Caribbean Sea is the site with the greatest risk of damage to the heritage, but in the stretch protected by the breakwater of the Navy for 250 years has never again penetrated the sea. The Coastal Protection Project, soon to begin, is the main action of prevention of climate change in Cartagena, to mitigate and prevent erosion in a stretch of 4,5 kilometers between the tourist sector of Boca Grande and the historic center. The current flooding is due to the low capacity to evacuate rainwater during storms and high tides. In the historic center, the main rainwater collector was the Cano de San Anastasio, which connected the Bahia de los Animas with the Laguna del Cabrero, going out to sea through the mouth between Marbella and Crespo. Both were mowed. Today, the wide pipe is replaced by a 46-inch diameter pipe, whose evacuation and pumping capacity must be reviewed. According to Colombia's National Disaster Management Unit, floods due to sea level rise, tides, and heavy rains will increase by 2040 if current problems are not solved, for which several public works are underway. There are other models that predict how the sea will rise in each part of the world, such as Climate Central, which foresees a scenario with less effects for Cartagena. The ebb and flow of the waters was interrupted by the sea air of the natural mouths between the Caribbean Sea and the internal bodies of water, and by the destruction and reduction of the channel of the pipes, lakes and lagoons between the Bay of Cartagena and the Ciénaga de la Virgen. Until 1786, all the bodies of water of Cartagena were related to each other and functioned as one, with ebb and flow of tides, exchange of internal waters with the Caribbean Sea, and its ocean currents. The four main mouths were the large mouth, the small mouth, the mouthpiece, and the estuary pipe. The Boca Grande, closed with the Escalera de Boca Grande built by the engineer Antonio de Arevalo, years 1768 and 1786, with 3,600 rods in length, to block the entrance of the enemy boats and force them to pass through the Boca Chica, where the military forts were built. As a result, it partially closed the saltwater inlet to the Bay of Cartagena. Work like a wall that prevents the exit of the deep waters. Solutions: 1. Inspect the stretch of 400 rods below low tide, in order to cool the waters of the port left by Antonio de Arevalo, to analyze what volumes of water could come out when cleaning the sediments accumulated over 235 years. 2. Intervene a section of the breakwater to the very depth of the bay to facilitate the exchange of internal and external bodies of water. The Boca Chica, between Tierrabamba and Baru, was the strategic place to build the military fortress San Fernando and San Jose during the 17th and 18th centuries to prevent the entry of enemy ships to the Bay of Cartagena. Consequence: the partial closure of the large mouth changed the sea currents so that today the small mouth is the main entrance of water to the bay. It has 132 meters wide and a depth of 25 meters. But the bay has depths up to 30 meters, so the deep waters fail to evacuate. Solutions: 1. Enlarge and deepen the Boca Chica channel, which can be done because it would destabilize the forts that flank it. 2. Open the channel of the dry dock, but could not be excavated because it found coral colonies and impressive biodiversity. The Cano del Estero, from the Bay of Barbacoas, flowed into the Bay of Cartagena until 1952, but was closed with the conversion of the mouth of the Canal del Dique to the Bay of Cartagena. Consequences: closure of the Caribbean counter-current to the Bay of Cartagena. Introduction to the bay of 52 million tons of sediments that limit the speed of currents and slow the renewal of the waters at the bottom. Solutions: work in progress, restoration of ecosystems of the Canal del Dique. The construction of sluice gates and dikes will control flooding, facilitate river transport, reduce the inflow of fresh water into the bays of Cartagena and Barbacoas. Proposal: reintroduce the Caribbean countercurrent to the Bay of Cartagena for 2 days, similar to the Cano del Estero, located 6 kilometers from the Bay of Cartagena. La Baquilla, a natural mouth of the Caribbean Sea to the Swamp of the Virgin that cyclically opens in the rainy months and closes in the summer months. Today it is sedimented on both sides. Consequence: the closure of several mouths of entry and exit of water that existed along the coast limited the recirculation of the internal waters with the external ones for their oxygenation, by which they are channeled in a precarious way by the pipes and lakes until the Ciénaga de la Virgen, from where they go out to sea by La Baquilla, when it opens, and by the tidal stabilizing mouth. Solutions: open a new mouth of direct communication of the pipes, lakes and lagoons with the Caribbean Sea, for the purposes of environmental sanitation, recirculation of the waters, evacuation speed, and ecotourism. The analysis of the exchange of water currents in the Bay of Cartagena shows us that in summer, enter through the small mouth 53,900,000 cubic meters of water during a cycle of tidal, and through the Canal del Dique, enter 5 million, for a total 58,900,000 cubic meters. By the large mouth come out 76 million. There is a 28,8 decrease in the bay's water volume. Winter, 68,500,000 cubic meters of water enter through the small mouth during a tidal cycle. For the Canal del Dique, enter 21 million, for a total of 89,800,000 cubic meters. 78,500,000 cubic meters come out of the large mouth. There is an increase of 12,5% of the volume of water in the bay. We can establish that the Bay of Cartagena has depths of up to 30 meters, with an average of 16 meters. The large mouth today has a width of 2 kilometers and between 0,6 and 2 meters deep, where surface currents enter and exit. The Escalera de Boca Grande blocks the exit of the waters that are at a depth of 30 meters, because they cannot leave through a mouth 2 meters from the surface. During the windy season, the waters can renew in a time between 1 and 2 months. The rest of the year, the renewal will take between 3 and 9 months, basic. The historic heritage of Cartagena is at risk from flooding due to poor management of the system of water bodies that surround it, rather than the incidences of climate change and the rise in mean sea level. The Bay of Cartagena suffers severe problems of contamination of its waters due to the works that have altered the dynamics of the currents and the contribution of sediments from the Magdalena River through the Canal del Dique. Cartagena de Indias is preparing to prevent the effects that climate change may cause, through engineering works that will be executed in the short and medium term, which it is necessary to complement with an overview. To solve the problem of flooding and pollution, we recommend that the operation of the water system be analyzed that includes all the bodies of water, with simulation studies to predict what would happen when carrying out each of the works and actions proposed. In order to the blue waters of the Caribbean Sea circulate freely through the beautiful and resilient Cartagena de Indias, main tourist destination of Colombia, it is necessary to avoid the floods, restore the natural entrances and exits of the Caribbean Sea to the internal bodies of water, and eliminate the obstacles in the pipes, lakes and lagoons that prevent the flow of water, which is not included in government projects to prevent climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very, very clear and very interesting presentation. And thank you to both the presenters for being here in spite of the time difference. We really appreciate that you have joined us. So if any of our participants have any question, please ask the presenters will be able to answer them. If not now, you can post your question, and then we can take them at the end also, because we have some time for discussion at the end. I just wanted to ask one question if there's no other question coming in at the moment. I was just wondering, this is an interesting case of addressing the change, in a very practical sense. So we were wondering if you have created some kind of a modeling for the future, so that we can see on what basis are you preparing the solutions based on, have you done some kind of modeling exercise? So that's what I wanted to check with you.
Por favor, las preguntas nos las mandan al correo electrónico en inglés para traducirlas y poderlas enviar. Muchas gracias, pero no hablo el inglés correctamente.
Maybe that needs a little translation. So I don't know if it is possible at this moment. We can take this at the end. Maybe we should move to the next presenter. I hope our presenters can stay on so we can take the questions later. Next, I'm pleased to invite speakers. I mean, there are many speakers here for this presentation. And Tatiana, Jasmina, Davor, Tomas, Cristina, Anze, Martin, Spela, Andrea, and Matea. And I see that Anze Jafet is there to
Yes.
the presentation. So thank you very much. And we look forward to listen to you on your topic is the cultural heritage of the Alps and protection against natural disasters. And this is based on the International Cheers Project, Cultural Heritage Risks and Securing Activities. So please, over to you, Anze.
Thank you. If you can just enable me to share my screen, that would be perfect then.
Sure, I'm sure that would be enabled.
Okay. If you can just maybe hint me if you have, can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's very well seen. So you can go ahead, please. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So yes, thank you for letting me speak about the Cheers project. I'm very happy to have this opportunity. The Cheers project have actually ended just 2 weeks ago by the end of August. And as our chair said, that project has actually been focusing on cultural heritage in relation to natural hazards within the Alpine area. As we know, the climate change is making natural hazards more frequent and even more intensive, and this is especially exaggerated in the Alpine area. So I will present briefly the project, very briefly, and then I will focus more on the practical aspect of the project, where we have tried to test and validate all the theoretical guidelines and tools within the framework of pilot areas, so that to make our results more consistent, more validated, and of course, more feasible for end users to use it. The project was composed of 12 different partners coming from 6 countries covering the entire Alpine areas. And I have to say that all partners were involved in all the actions of the projects equally. So we were all participating and exchanging information and know-how. The Cheers project, like I said, was focusing on protection and salvaging of cultural heritage within the context of natural hazards and disasters. And it was basically a very comprehensive one because it covered all the major elements of preparedness and action within the natural hazard context. Basically, our actions were, let's say, twofold. First, to develop theoretical frameworks on how to develop preparation phases, how to implement planning, and also more practical in terms of how these processes or protocols of decision-making within the natural disaster events should be taken should be processed in order to make the protection or salvaging of cultural heritage as optimal as possible in terms of distributing human and financial resources. We were focusing a lot also on the identification of cultural heritage, which is at risk in the case of natural hazards. So this was, of course, one of the most important parts of the project. But anyway, we were also much focusing on local communities. So the results that we were developing or providing, we want to tailor it very well so that it could be used by the local communities in the Alpine areas. So our results were very much focused on local users, municipalities, managers, also the owners of cultural heritage and the general public. And we were taking care quite a lot about this aspect so that our results would be very useful for them as well. Like I said, Cheers project was covering 7 very specific or general elements when it comes to emergency planning for securing cultural heritage. We were doing a lot on deciding rescue priorities. So let's say in a way, how to decide what to save first and what to leave for later in case of an emergency. We were working a lot on how to identify cultural heritage which is at risk in case of natural hazards. And especially in those 2 elements, we developed a set of tools, let's say, a suite of different tools which were aimed at different goals. We have named those tools with abbreviations. So attach was basically one of the first tools that we have developed, and it's focusing on valuation of cultural heritage, because we have assumed that value of cultural heritage could be a proxy for prioritization. So the more the valuable the cultural heritage is, it has a priority in case of protection or salvaging when it comes to natural hazards. But we have not stopped there. Apart from assessing the aspect of value, we have also developed 3 other tools which are linked to aspects of fragility, vulnerability, and threat or risk of cultural heritage. Apart from that very practical aspect of the project, we have also developed guidelines for safeguarding techniques, how to safeguard cultural heritage in case of natural hazards. And we have also tried to integrate all our outputs and new know-hows in the context of emergency planning. And we have done that in the context of our pilot areas. Each participating country had at least one pilot area where all these tools and new know-hows were actually validated and tested. And in that kind of way, we have this circular, let's say, a control method where we have developed something, tested it, and then remodel it or readjust it according to our critical feedback from stakeholders and end users who were participating in these events of validation and testing. So I will speak a bit more about the attach tool. Why attach? Because it was mainly developed within our Slovenian team. And it was also the one tool that was tested in all 5 pilot areas, also in Slovenian ones. Like I said, attach tool is built on the ground of valuation of cultural heritage. It builds on previous research or previous tools, but it is also been quite heavily adapted or adjusted. And I will highlight where this innovative part takes into case. So basically, the attach tool builds on premises of the ABC method, which I'm sure it's very well known. So there is a set of steps involved by which we are trying to assign a different values to cultural heritage. And upon these values, we can generate priorities. Valuation is a part of the vulnerability assessment in our case, because vulnerability can be defined as a probability of losing value in case of natural hazards. These are theoretical assumptions upon which this tool was built upon, were also validated and tested in workshops. So we have included or invited different stakeholders and potential end users of this attach tool to make a critical feedback. And by that, we wanted to check that this tool will be consistent, user-friendly, and it will still have strong, let's say, professional or even scientific grounds. So it would be as useful as possible. Practically, this tool is developed as in a format of electronic spreadsheet. I can show it to you later if you wish. Different from other previously developed tool is that is highly participatory oriented. So it can be used by experts, but if experts have the lead in a group, it can also be this tool can also include other people, so local communities, even laymen who don't work in the field of cultural heritage but still want to participate. It's very plastic or adaptive. So these steps that I will show can be changed, adapted to a specific context. However, some very basic assumptions are locked in a way, and it cannot be changed. So there is some robustness to this tool which cannot be endangered, but anyway, it's quite adaptable. Here are presented 5 different steps, which are basically the process that you have to go through within applying the attach tool. First, you need to develop or to define the pilot area and to define cultural heritage, which is at risk. For that, you need to also develop risk hazard scenarios so that you would know in case of each specific type of natural hazards, which objects of cultural heritage is at risk. One important step is also mapping and involving stakeholders. These tools also provide some theoretical background how to map and select the most relevant stakeholders that you want to include in the evaluation exercise. And the other two very key steps are the weighting of different types of values. This is quite an innovative part because different types of values that can be assigned to a cultural heritage are not equally important in each context. So these relative weights of importance or relevance of different types of value can be adjusted from context to context. And then the key step is, of course, the scoring the values, so giving the values to the cultural heritage. These are the 7 different types of value that we were assigning to cultural heritage. This is the structure that was used in all pilot areas. However, the relative weights of these different types of value were different in each pilot areas, and that was done according to the valuation of stakeholders that were present at the valuation exercise. We have adopted an analytical hierarchical process to derive these relative weights. So already in this step, this process is very participatory, where each participant or stakeholder could do these pairwise comparisons between different types of values. And upon that, with simple software, which is linked to the attach tool, we can calculate these relative weights, which are common or joint for the whole group. And for the scoring of values, we have used a geometric progression scale, not a linear one. And that was a decision made upon previous research and discussing things with our stakeholders so that we have come upon the conclusion that this kind of a scale is the most appropriate one. And just to simply conclude, these are the results from the test of our tool within our pilot area, which was the mercury mine in Idrija. Idrija Cultural Heritage Management Center was one of our partners, very important one, because they have provided not just professional assistance, but also a framework to do our testings of different tools. We have selected 8 different objects of cultural heritage, which are, I think, all the part of the main Anthony Road within the mine. And the graph actually presents the joint or summarized results of the valuation exercise. So you can see that the bar charts actually are showing the percentages of the shares of different types of values that have been assigned to different objects of cultural heritage, whereas the red dots or points are actually showing the weighted summarized values. And those are actually summarized values of each object, and those are actually the proxies that could be used as priorities. So the higher the value, the higher the priority in case of a natural hazard.
Sorry to
Yes.
sorry to intervene. If you can just finish in 2 minutes, that would be great. Thank
yes, you. Actually, this is my last slide.
Okay.
So the attach tool have wrote some novel prioritization approach. Like I said, we know that some of these approaches are actually already present in different countries, but we were trying to develop one that would be applicable to the entire Alpine area and very adjustable. And this is also published in a report that is freely available on the website from the project, and a paper is also coming out. So thank you for giving me the time to present. Cheers.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I think this methodology is interesting, and how you are actually referring to the other works which have been already undertaken, such as ABC method. So thank you again. Any questions for the Anye and his team for the presentation that he just made? If there are any questions, please raise your hands, and you can put them in the chat. Okay, if may I ask a question?
Sure.
So this methodology is relevant for Alpine region, but how do you foresee its application outside the region? Or in the other sense, how do you see this is particularly tailored for this region for which you are working?
In terms of the types of values that we have defined, because those types, they are actually extracted from previous research as well, but they were also discussed with local stakeholders, what is relevant in their context. So this is actually this plastic part of the methodology. And also this part actually enables you to adjust the tool for be used practically anywhere if you want it. It's a very open, let's say, source approach, which can be modified quite extensively.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question? If not, let me thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
And please stay till the end so that if there are more questions coming in, we can direct them to you. And let me now invite our next speaker. I suppose the next speaker is Andrea Gabriela Triff from Romania, and she will be speaking on from destruction to sustainability in the context of urban fractures between the historical and the socialist buildings in Bucharest. Over to you, Andrea.
Thank you very much. I am very glad to be here, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to tell you the story of architectural heritage from Romania. I will share my presentation, but please let me.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Start. Okay, so today I will speak about the path from destruction to sustainability in the context of urban fractures, as the human destruction was the main menace that our architectural heritage faced during time. Because in Romania, the replacement of the historical fabric with the urban fabric dedicated to the new man of communism was one of the most important practices during the socialist period. And therefore, the main urban planning actions during communism were targeted to nationalizations of properties in historical centers and also of businesses, and therefore the historical centers ceased to evolve and were allowed to decay. The pictures presented are from some years ago, so the destruction and the deterioration is still very present. The relationships between the two types of buildings is quite tense, as more and more of the collective dwellings started to come closer to historical sites. And in the meantime, the collective dwellings have good use value, so they are important even if they are unable to generate identity. And the architectural heritage was strongly by the demolitions during Ceausescu's regime, and we considered that we need to understand the evolution of concepts and ideas in order to understand where we are today. One of the main reasons which affected the architectural heritage was the forced urbanization, as in many cases, the populations of the cities grew 2 times or 3 times during the socialist period. Therefore, the need for collective dwellings. Another key factor was the profession control, as the professionals were unable to develop personal and particular activities, and they exercised their profession only if they were controlled by the party. And finally, the vision. The ideal socialist city was to remove any forms of social differentiation and any forms of previous societies' presence. From the historical moments, we had 3 main stages, and as I said before, the intensity grew over time. And in all studied cases, a balance of power and a lack of consideration for the pre-existing context was observed. and the relationship with the traditional fabric is difficult to perceive and to manage in the meantime. Also, the Commission of Historical Monuments, which represented an important guardian for the architectural heritage, was to be disintegrated and and face total annulment since 1977. And the result, stated by Dinu Jurascu, one of our main specialists, was that by 1989, 29 city centers had been restructured and 37 were rebuilt. This is an example of destruction. We can see in the left side the way that the city center looked, and here is another city, the picture during the demolitions. And in many occasions, the dysfunctions are hardened by the contrast between the buildings, as they differ in scale, style, and they represent different ideologies. So the socialist sensation turned their back towards the historical buildings, and the visibility of the historical sites is very affected. Behind all these dwellings fronts, we find important cultural values. Therefore, 50 years of destruction and concealment are very hard to manage and are very hard to be controlled. Many specialists try for many years to promote and to talk about the importance of cultural heritage conservation, but the consciousness of individuals are hard to be controlled. The report of the Presidential Commission made in 2010 revealed that many of the architectural monuments face threats from intentional abandonment to arson. Another important problem revealed was that the uncertain ownership of the buildings led to decades of conflict, and this affected also the buildings. And another important problem was that the poor education of communities proved to be unprepared to perceive the sense of sustainable development. And we considered that it's important to declare that to investigate if the problems generated by the urban fractures are taken into consideration by administrative laws. So we found that in order to safeguard valuable historical building, it is necessary to implement specific protection policies. And we found that in our cities exist three types of regulations. The one that are dedicated to the entire city center as a whole, perceived as a whole. The regulations that treat differently the two types of urban assemblies, sub-assemblies, and the ones that only protect singular buildings that are between the socialist ones. Therefore, where the status of historical monument is implemented only on single objects, they face more threats. This is a case which this is from behind of dwellings front, and the state of the monument is quite low and is very deteriorated, and more important is abandoned. And this happens in many of the cities. Of course, we consider that continuous education in the field of cultural heritage is the only one that could really help to ameliorate the perception of citizens and to help them understand the cultural values as promoters is one of the main goals, should be one of the main goals. And therefore, the perception of young people, we found that was investigated, evaluated by a study conducted in 2018 by the National Institute for Cultural Research and Training. And they found that even if they are very open, the young people are very open to the idea of cultural heritage, and they tend to visit many cities with great sites. They do not know very much about the local, and they do not visit the one from our country. Also, we during my PhD, we had the occasion to investigate some of the people's perception of the urban fractures between the two types of buildings from our historical centers in Iași and Bucharest. And we found that in many of the most of the people do recognize the socialist buildings, but do not know about the historical one. And also that the use of historical monuments is quite low, as many of them are abandoned. But in those cities where the cultural heritage is very visible and is not hidden behind the socialist fronts, people do identify with the cultural sites. As main conclusions, we find that in this process of transition from destruction to conservation is an ongoing process, and has to, even if it's much better controlled, it is not yet very resolved, totally resolved. And that the administrative status of heritage protection is quite weak, as only 6 cities have large areas of safeguarding strategies, and other 9 have smaller parts protected, but the larger part of them do not have special strategies directed to the cultural conservation of the assemblies, and that even if our population is quite prepared theoretically, do not perceive the historic buildings as very important, and do not know what happened to our cities and why we face this discontinuity between the two types of buildings. Many of the young people do not know the story of demolitions during the communist regime. So we find that in the case of the Romanian city, it is essential that the administration and the specialists accept that we have to take into the consideration the two types of buildings. Even if we don't identify with the socialist one, we have to take them into consideration and to relate them to the historical ones in order to develop and to protect the history of our culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So if there are any questions for Andrea, please raise your hands or please type in the chat box. Okay, if No, I have, maybe I can.
I would ask one
Yes,
question
please.
to Andrea. Yeah.
Of course, please.
Yeah. Andrea, how actually is protected your socialist heritage? Is it legally protected, or is just, I would say, well known among the citizens and well accepted? How is actually perceived? You said that they actually understand it as a part of history, but what is the legal status? Are you protecting it? Because now I know that there are several projects how to renovate these buildings all around Europe, which were built after the Second World War, not just in the socialist countries, but and we are on the way to lost many of them. So could you tell
Yes.
this?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Right now, we have no socialist building that are protected. Many of the specialists raised this problem, and we have some very important buildings that actually have great architectural value. And many specialists try to promote these sites in order to be protected. But otherwise, we have no. I think, in a way, we are still scarred by this evolution, and many of the people, even if they are specialists or not, tend to overlook this. We are still kind of hoping to return to the state of the facts before the destructions. So it's also an ongoing process, but we make steps towards this direction.
Thank you very much for your response.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move to our next presenter for the session, and I'm pleased to invite Tanya Honek to make a presentation titled "Participation of Slovenia in the Field of Cultural Heritage and Climate Change." So I think this is going to be a live session. Tanya, please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rohit. Good afternoon, good day to all my colleagues at the audience and as well as online. I will just wait that you... Okay, is it okay?
This is perfect. Yes, please
Yes.
go ahead.
Thank you. So I've been working in the Institute for the Protection of Cultural Heritage for about 25 years now. And for the introduction, let's just take a quick look into our organizational structure. There are 7 regional offices covering the whole Slovenia and in charge for more than 30,000 heritage properties, which are included into the National Register, which is managed by the Ministry of Culture. On the other hand, there is a restoration center and the Center for Preventive Archaeology, as well as a research institute. And I personally work at the Office or Service for the Development and IT, and which is mostly in charge for coordination, among other tasks, of course, for coordination of the domestic and international projects. What is the role of our institute in the relationship with the topic we are facing, we are dealing today, we are talking about it? All these projects here, I'm naming just a few of them, are in some way related to the sustainability, sustainable tourism, sustainable materials. Of course, you can find more information about the projects on our website. I can point out one of the projects, Paleodiversisteria, which resulted in creating the brand, which is now in use by the locals. And for many projects, and here could be a question, are there results quite good implemented into our real life? Can we use these results of the projects more in other sectors, especially in the tourist industry? Another thing that, another area of our interest and working in cooperation with the Ministry of Culture are strategic documents. Our institute has a coordinator for culture, heritage and natural disasters. Because of the position of Slovenia in a geographical manner, there are many natural disasters, unfortunately, happen every year, and due to climate change, they happen more and more often. And from this year now, there was also a coordinator appointed from the Ministry of Culture for culture, heritage and climate change. This is a new role for our institute. Within this frame, we cooperate together with the Ministry of Culture, and we have prepared the chapter for culture heritage, which was included, although in a very abbreviated form, in the long-term climate strategy of Slovenia. Another important part of our cooperation is cooperating in European Commission, in the OMC group, which is still ongoing, let's say, process and proceedings. There are 21 member states cooperating, and so far we have prepared 3 case studies from Slovenia, which are in a way dealing with climate change. Let's just stop for a brief moment at the long-term climate strategy of Slovenia, which was adopted in July this year. Why is it important to mention it? Because the draft of this strategy excluded culture heritage. And luckily or fortunately, Slovenia has this opportunity, and the Ministry of Culture in these cross-sectoral activities somehow raised the red flag and included and prepared the chapter of culture heritage. We can also raise the questions here. What can we learn from culture heritage, and what can culture heritage contribute for the future in relationship to climate change, to mitigate the climate change impacts? We were leaning on 3 basic pillars that were already included in cultural strategy of Slovenia: society, development and knowledge. And it's also worth to mention, among the broad legislation, international legislation, literature, conventions and Icomos support, our legislation, especially the Constitution and its 5th article, which is very mandatory for policymakers to take in consideration the culture heritage and natural heritage as well. So this was kind of a very important frame that our chapter was included into our national strategy. And I believe so far Slovenia is one of the rarest, if not the only country in Europe that has succeeded with inclusion of culture heritage into national strategy. I mentioned the participation in our OMC group. This is open method of cooperation, which means that we share the informations from the culture field of every country, share the legislation frames, we share the ideas, we prepare the conclusions for recommendation and so on. So far, we presented 3 examples, 3 case studies. 2 are related to natural disasters and 1 to reducing and enabling the energy efficiency. Franja Partisan Hospital was completely devastated in a severe thunderstorm in 2007. And very soon the idea of its complete reconstruction was adopted from the political point of view as well as from professionals. This reconstruction is very important because all professionals came together, from administrative parts to different professionals, from as geologists, construction engineers, as well as local inhabitants, museum curators. And this is a kind of role model, what is to be done for the future. It wasn't just the reconstruction of wooden shacks, it was taken into account the wider area above the gorge, so that all the beach, the stream bed was rehabilitated, and also the new catch barrier was put in high above the gorge. This is a preservation of a high the symbolic value of the hospital and as a symbol of humanity. And it has get the European Heritage label afterwards. The next example is also, we can learn from it, is the renovation of Hotel Tivoli in Ljubljana. Now today it is in reuse of International Art Center. And in this project, there were very there was very tight cooperation between different sectors and between different professionals. And it is good to point out that this high culture value of the listed building was very demanding to adapt measures to climate change with minimum minimum technical solutions. So there wasn't necessary to make a facade insulation. So only the mandatory technical requirements were done. This is, of course, open also to the public. The third example so far is the intervention after the sleet in Slovenia, which occurred in 2014, or better term, it would be the ice glaze, I believe. It occurred mostly in the central part of Slovenia, and it has damaged the most vulnerable part of cultural heritage: historical parks, historical tree lane lines, and trees and gardens. The group of experts of our institute was appointed immediately, and here is very complex and maybe even complicated cooperation between different sectors and a lot of administrative work. But in a short time frame, our experts did a great job to identify all the damage, to establish the new method of mapping, to rehabilitate, as you can see in numbers, more than 2,500 trees. This project is also very important because the group issued the guidelines with instructions for the owners. So in order to better maintain and monitor heritage in the future. There is still open for any another examples. We will be happy to share the examples or best practices from other areas, especially from intangible cultural heritage or even underwater cultural heritage. So for the conclusion, in my opinion, there is still a lot of work to be done in communication to connect cultural heritage between different sectors, between different stakeholders, reach it to the all citizens, for better cooperation, to reuse it, to find solutions, rather to demolish it, and of course to participate in different manners or and understand cultural heritage in a holistic manner. There are still some themes and questions open for our institute. So we have to prepare action plans. We have to take care for the results, to start to implement them into practice. And let's do some work and effort to persuade the policy makers with proofs, with numbers. Thank you for your attention, and I hope I gave you some useful informations.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for your very, very interesting presentation. I think it was so impressive to learn that you have managed to include heritage in the larger strategic document or the policy document, which relates with climate change, and mainstreaming heritage in the larger discourse on disaster risk and climate change is really a very big achievement. So I would like to congratulate you for having managed that. I just wanted to ask you, if I may, this kind of effort, was it a collective effort from your own institution, or was it also supported by other actors from elsewhere? Or what made it happen? I mean, what was the key for this to happen? As you said, this is maybe one of the very few examples where this has taken place. So I'm very keen to learn from your experience on how you made it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. You mean the strategy, I suppose?
Yes, yes, yes.
So this is the main deal. Well, this is the job that Ministry of Culture is doing and cooperating, but we were invited to cooperate as well. As I said, we work very tightly with Ministry of Culture in a relationship with different subjects when it comes to the National Register or natural disasters management, or declaration of the cultural monuments of national significance as well. And this was just very tight cooperation, and I'm very proud to be invited to cooperate with them, because we can share these experiences from the field, from the practice. And I think it's very important to get this information for policymakers. So we also cooperated earlier in preparing the culture strategy of Slovenia, which was adopted, I think, 3 years ago. And it's just a continuation of our cooperation. So I think if we work together closely, there can be very successful results. But what I miss, and you mentioned already, that we need more cross-sectoral cooperation. We need to persuade the politicians on top, but of course include all the citizens as well. And I think we in Slovenia are very successful with doing this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think great. I hope this can be shared widely, because it will be very inspiring for others who wish to do something like this. So thank you very much. And I would like to move to the next presenter, Dimitri Melekus. Sorry for my very poor pronunciation, Vahonik. So Dimitri will be speaking on heritage and climate emergency, what is to be done. Without further ado, I pass the floor to Dimitri, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, first, I have to say it's very nice to speak to the live audience after such a long time. Yeah, so my presentation, okay, it's ready. Okay, thank you. So, the climate emergency will completely change the basic coordinates of the world as we know it. What is at stake is not some damage to the heritage, lost monuments, destroyed archaeological sites, flooded historical cities What is at stake is the life as we know it, existence as such, and the world where an idea of heritage will make some sense. So my position here is quite radical. It's not enough to do something. Frantic, obsessive activities, protection of individual sites and monuments, disaster risk management, and climate change mitigation are just a superstitious compulsion to do something while we observe the process over which we have no real influence. So as Slavoj Žižek says, the solution to the looming ecological disaster is to become fully aware of the explosive set of interconnections that make the whole situation dangerous. Once we do this, we can embrace the courage that comes with the hopelessness. So what we need is a critical analysis of the present predicament. We are facing a situation where the only truly practical thing to do is to resist the temptation to engage immediately. It's time to step back and to rethink the concept of heritage in the Anthropocene. So our current predicament therefore has a name, Anthropocene. Anthropocene is a geological period where humanity has become a geological force. It marks the end of history. As humans, historical beings, subjects with memory, reflection, agency, and responsibility, became mindless, detached geological force, same as volcanoes or bacteria. However, the Anthropocene is a result of history. Its leading cause is the capitalist mode of production, in which a small group of people exploit other and use fossil fuels to drive the cycles of production and accumulation of the capital. So the Anthropocene is Capitalocene. Yet, a climate emergency is not a necessary outcome of history. Archaeological sources document many different ways of dealing with the environment in the past, many ways of life on the Earth's surface, different responses to change and stress. This archaeological record provides a long history of human relationship with the changing environment. Human societies modified most of the Earth's biosphere much earlier and much more profoundly than we thought. There is no nature in the sense of pristine, untouched wilderness. Instead, most landscapes have long relied on human societies to fill the crucial ecological roles. Human changes to the environment are cumulative and have been substantial at different scales throughout the history. For example, recent discoveries in the southwestern Amazonia show that people cultivated squash and manioc more than 10,000 years ago, living in an engineered landscape consisting of thousands of artificial forested islands within the seasonally flooded savanna. In the Mediterranean, people have changed the local mix of species, their ranges, habitats, and niches for thousands of years. It has become a heavily modified, built, engineered landscape where human management has even increased the biodiversity of landscapes and sustained this diversity for thousands of years. And pastoralism might have helped defer climate-driven aridification of Sahara, maintaining mixed forest and grasslands ecosystems in the region for centuries. So those are kind of alternative Anthropocenes, sustainable Anthropocenes, Anthropocenes that would be, if not Anthropocene as Capitalocene has started. So the dip in the global CO2 curve in 1610 is the mark of the beginning of this Capitalocene. It is a consequence of massive depopulation in both Americas, where more than 50 million people have died. Their history was erased. Cultural landscape have become wilderness, cheap nature that was grabbed by the primitive accumulation of the global capitalism. Since then, cycles of accumulation of capital driven by fossil fuels have created a series of metabolic rifts. And the metabolic rift occurs when consumption takes place far away from the agricultural production and the waste is not returned. But the metabolic rift is not limited to the agricultural production, to the nutrients in the soil, but also other kinds of stuff, from water, minerals, even sand, which is looted from rivers, consumed in enormous quantities in the concrete, and accumulated in cities. So metabolic rifts of the Capitalocene have profoundly disrupted the critical zone. Yeah, and what is critical zone? Bruno Latour calls the critical zone the fragile, thin layer from the bedrock to the top of canopy, a thin, porous, and permeable layer where life has modified the cycles of matter by activating or catalyzing physical or chemical reactions. Embedded in this, those complex and non-linear self-regulating geochemical, biological, and cultural relations generate a kind of skin, a varnish, a biofilm with reactivity and fragility. This skin, this biofilm, is a materialized history of interactions between many different beings, including humans. So this is the stuff we have inherited and will pass on to our ancestors. And this brings us to the question of heritage. So the concept of heritage invokes the idea of inheritance as something passed on to us by our family, like a family house or grandma's jewelry. However, there is also a much more uncanny sense of inheritance in a heritage. Martin Heidegger said that we are thrown in this world, a world created by our ancestors. There is a world that precedes us, that is alien and mysterious to us, that we did not ask for, but which we nonetheless must navigate and live in. We are thrown into it. As Hegel said, the mysteries of the Egyptians were mysteries to the Egyptians, meaning that the heritage is opaque and mysterious to us. What are we to do with it? That's the essential question of heritage. So Anthropocene faces us not only with sanitized version of heritage, seen as a kind of cultural capital, or as David Lowenthal points out, a celebration of past, a profession of faith in the past tailored to present-day purposes. The past we strive to return to its former glory in form of ruins. In Anthropocene, there are other ruins, even more uncanny than the uncanniness of the alien nature of heritage that we are thrown into. This heritage is the cultural product that we seek to disavow and throw away. It's found in the landfills, ocean drifts, abandoned industrial and fishing towns, toxic waste, abandoned military installation, and all the rest. These things too are heritage, but they are disavowed heritage that we would like to get rid of. We would like to believe that we throw these things away and they disappear, but we are thrown into them, and we must navigate our life in a world full of this stuff. As Jane Bennett claims in Vibrant Matter, that because we think that matter is passive and inanimate, we think we can just throw it away and be done with it. Yet there it is, right in front of us as something that we have inherited, and we have to do something with it. And what? Heidegger, in Being and Time, speaks of an authentic way of responding to being thrown in the world, where we draw on the alien past into which we were thrown to project the future and constitute a present. This brings us to the crucial point. Heritage is not substance, it's not material substance, it is not stuff, but a set of practices and activities that give meaning to this material world. It is working with stuff that we have at hand, that we were thrown into. This stuff is durable. We have been preserved, it has been preserved from the past because of its persistence, or because someone did something to it. Heritage practices give it meaning for the present and shape its future. So the past is always co-present. Pieces of future are here and now. So heritage then is not a matter of past. It is a future shaping practice. And the subject of this practice are not isolated things that constitute the cultural capital, but the whole critical zone with all the disavowed stuff that we were thrown into. So the climate emergency we are in cannot be compared to anything in the past. Once again, it is apparent that the only thing we can learn from history is that we cannot learn anything. We have been thrown in a new situation and we have to do something with it. History or heritage offers no easy answers or assurances that we will succeed, that the human ingenuity will find a way. Heritage offers no comfort or easy solutions to the climate emergency. So the climate emergency radically limits the possible futures. If we are to avoid a complete ecological catastrophe, we must imagine and build a different future. We have to completely restructure the way we live, assigning new values and uses to the things that make up our present, our critical zone. And we cannot start from scratch. We only build on what... Yeah, I will finish right away.
Okay, thank you very much.
We can only build on what is here and now, on what we have been thrown into. And that is the challenge of heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very passionate and very, inspiring presentation. I think you are very much right in saying that heritage is not about the past, but about the future. And you positioned it in a very, very realistic context. So thank you very much for this presentation. May I request if any questions or any comments to this presentation? If there are anyone would like to say, if not, I have a point that I would like to just maybe have a further elaboration from you, because the question of what is heritage is really kind of contested here, because heritage somehow has a meaning which is understood very differently by different people. And in many situations, heritage is also seen in a very exclusive, elitist way, you know, as something. Can you say a bit more about what would you describe a heritage to be? What would be your understanding of heritage?
Oh, it's a complex question. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we can start now and finish tomorrow, maybe. But yeah, I mean, we have to be inclusive what heritage is. I mean, my definition in this paper is basically heritage is everything we have been thrown into, and we have to do something with it. We will ignore some things, but we will concentrate on something and pass them on. And for me, the heritage is basically set of activities or practices caring about the world. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for putting this in a very simple but clear way. Okay, so let's move to our next presentation. And the next presentation will be by Maya Owen, who I think is also going to make a live speech. And her topic is cultural heritage, COVID-19 and social change. So over to you, Maya. Maybe you should unmute. Yes, thank you.
Shall I start?
Yes, please, go ahead. Everything is clear. We can see your presentation.
My name is Maya Oven, and I'm going to talk about cultural heritage, COVID-19 and social change. Ai to le prav? Nekaj ne dela. Aha, okay, aha. So in my presentation, I would like to link cultural, natural, and intangible heritage to the social change and within the environmental change, because cultural heritage come from people, and
we humans are part of the environment, and I would like to link this to specific situation of COVID-19. It will be a broader context. But for some legal basis, the legal basis convention for the protection of cultural and natural heritage, which was adopted in November 1972, and it will be 50th university next year. This is probably the most important document, since it was established because of globalization on the world. Then there are also some Icomos and UNESCO documents, conventions and recommendations, and United Nations documents, analysis and information. Yesterday it was already mentioned Agenda 2030, which is actually background of all this presentation. First, a bit of philosophy. All the changes that take place in society are processes. Also, COVID-19 is just a little part within all this process. Concepts such as society and the individual do not refer to two objects that exist separately, but to different inseparable aspects of the same human being, namely that each structure change typically takes both aspects, a man and in general, so both have the nature of processes. The question of the relationship within the structure of the individual and the structures of society can be illuminated only by treating them as changing, as emerging and emerging. Only in this way do we have the opportunity to develop patterns of their relationship that will be partially aligned with empirically established facts. If we remember the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that social life with the countries where social life with many social contacts, such as Spain and Italy, were very much affected and vulnerable because of this. Then also affected the countries where they have weak access to social and health systems, such as United States, and also the countries where is general poverty and lack of hygiene standards in some parts, such as South America and later India. And while the best prepared was the countries like Asian countries, especially China, where the virus most likely also come from. And the situation may be firstly associated on 4 horsemen of the apocalypse from the Bible. They were war, plague, wild animals, and fame. It was like they were sent to the earth as a punishment. And we already faced with war and like diseases such as COVID-19, and wild animals, it just they appeared in city center, but not. It was good actually. It was not so tragic. So the pandemics through the history were present. The plague halved the population of Europe in 1348. And then there were, of course, several different plagues and cholera outbreaks in medieval Europe and later. Also, human in Europe developed some immunity to certain viruses and bacteria, but when they invade other continents, they spread these diseases, and many communities even died. They died out, or they were not. They were very vulnerable because of these. Epidemics in North America were accompanied by war, social scandals, and ecological changes caused by colonization. Pandemics are also a driver of social change. First is the fight against pandemics diseases is vaccines because of that. eradication, that means complete removal of disease from nature, become a topic of discussion after World War II. It was established World Health Organization in 1948, and with the help of population vaccination strategy, smallpox has been systematically eradicated from around the world. So the changes could be traced both to the development of societies and to the loss of entire civilization systems and large amount of intangible heritage they have, especially if it's not written anywhere. They also push hygiene standards, construction of houses, cities, sewage and plumbing systems, etiquette at the table, bathrooms, toilets. Icomos prepared analysis already after the first wave of COVID-19 epidemic, and how this situation affected tangible cultural heritage. It was mostly affected by decline of visits by foreign and domestic visitors. That was also affected the funds. Areas have been closed. Also caused delays in conservation procedures, loss of commercial and business opportunities, donations, declination of tourism activity, and a strong impact of the whole communities, especially those who are related to the tourists. It affected the most intangible cultural heritage because all the festivals and events were cancelled, and also the natural heritage in one moment seemed to recover, but just for a short period, because it also need to be to work on it. Heritage is important for the well-being of the society. I think this was very important. What come out of these reports, because heritage has a strong impact on awareness and internalization of human rights, rising awareness of accessibility, humanity, identity, and diversity. Also, the role of digital media become important because conferences, scientific and cultural meetings, and other things move to digital media. But from this importance of well-being, it's just very important, I think, that cultural, natural, and intangible heritage must be accessible to all the people. Cultural heritage, most of the cultural heritage is sustainable by itself. Not maybe industrial heritage like the beginning of industrialization, but for example, cultural landscapes, they preserve biodiversity, traditional way of building. They're very ecological and climate friendly. Also, old buildings with thick walls and using local natural materials are very sustainable, and institutes for protection of cultural heritage work on this way, like trying to find traditional way and to just, according all the documents, to preserve the heritage. I found very sustainable and healthy ancient heritage like a Greek temple, and I think it could be a good example for future architecture because it's area open and it's really not possible that many disease would be spread there. But during the waves of COVID-19 virus, also appeared some other proposals for for contemporary architecture, which is also area and very open. Agenda 2030 was adopted on 25th September 2015 by United Nations, and it is a plan of action for people to protect the planet and achieve prosperity. Agenda seeks to strengthen universal peace and freedom. And I would like just to conclude that the phenomenon of COVID-19 can be also seen as a kind of eye-opener, how individuals can adapt their lives to more sustainable use, to reduce transport, air transport, space heating, to more care for nature, to use local food production, local heritage care, which is also good for enjoyment and quality of life. It shows the way to more healthy life, also the way how to build new architecture, solidarity between the people, caring for common health, because we are independently, how independently we are interconnected, actually it showed. So hopefully we will recognize this and know how to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maya, for your very insightful presentation. Definitely, we have got a very new insight to what heritage means for us because of this experience with COVID-19 pandemic. And you have very clearly brought out that heritage is definitely meant to improve. I mean, it has an inherent quality of improving social well-being of the people, and it is inherently sustainable in itself. So the moment it loses sustainability, perhaps it loses a lot of the value, which makes it qualified as heritage. So I think that was a very good question, a good presentation to really think about how we want to move in the future, learning from the lessons that this pandemic has given to us. So thank you again. I don't see any question coming in here. So I will move directly to the next presenter, who is Matija Srilik. Matija is, I suppose, also presenting live, and her presentation is titled Climate Change and Collections. So over to you, Matija.
Thank you so much, Rohit, and thank you to the organizers of this session. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, the scientific committee, the expert committee of the conference, for giving me this opportunity to talk a little bit about sustainable environmental management of heritage collections. I work at UCL Institute for Sustainable Heritage as a heritage scientist, and also at the Faculty of Chemistry and Chemical Technology at the University of Ljubljana. However, I'll focus on a case study that we did with colleagues within our institute, looking specifically at how heritage collections could be managed more sustainably, perhaps with a lower CO2 footprint. And I'll focus on the small picture. We heard many fascinating talks today about the built environment, about the big picture as well. And I'm almost tempted to think that climate change itself is heritage. But I'll think a little bit more, I'll invite you to think a little bit more about collections and how those can be managed a little bit more sustainably. Environmental management of collections has a long history. The first really thoughtful books or thoughtful volumes were published in the late 70s. Many of you will remember the Museum Environment book published by Gary Thompson, who used to work in the National Gallery in London. And of course, environmental management in London is perhaps slightly different to environmental management in Central European climates, where you have to deal with really cold winters and really hot summers. And it may be very different to environmental management in the tropics, where you have to deal with very hot temperatures all year round. We've only later come to recognize how different environmental management practices in collections need to be in order to take into account the local cultural and environmental practices. However, in the meantime, a lot of what Gary Thompson was promoting was distilled into prescriptive environmental standards that were taken up by many conservators, by many heritage management institutions in many countries. For example, through the British standard BS 5454, which became the gold standard for environmental management in cultural heritage collections across the continent, across Europe. You will remember that energy used to be cheap in the 80s and in the 70s, and after the energy crisis, after the financial crisis of 2008, many heritage institutions started to really consider their energy budgets. And in many heritage institutions, the energy budget suddenly made up 50, 60, or even 70% of the total budget, operating budget of a heritage institution, of a collecting institution, which suddenly turned out to be entirely financially and economically unsustainable. So in the early 2010, many institutions started to think how to redesign those environmental management standards, how to move away from prescriptive standards and look into how collections could be managed based on different principles. In 2012, I had the pleasure of collaborating in the development of a new environmental management standard called PAS 198, where not only temperature, relative humidity, and the usual physical parameters were considered, but also management practices such as who the collections are intended for, how long those collections need to be managed for, what is the energy budget that's needed to manage those collections for the foreseeable future, and on top of how sensitive the individual materials are. But there are many open questions in this non-prescriptive standard. For example, how long we should care for cultural heritage. In order to respond to this question, for example, we worked with a number of users of heritage to see what their values were and what their attitudes were towards the future of heritage that we hold in our archives and libraries. And it turns out that about 80% of the public, of the users of archival and library collections, would be fairly happy if our long-term planning horizons were to be somewhere between 100 and 500 years, which enables us to develop those budgets that we need in order to plan for successful environmental management of those collections. It actually turns out that it doesn't matter if we ask library users or mineral collections users. It doesn't matter whether we talk about organic materials that are inherently degrade fast, or rocks that are inherently more durable. This plot shows us that the attitudes of people to the future of heritage collections are pretty much independent on the material they consider and on the type of users, either lay or expert users. So we've at least got some long-term horizon to work with. And by using that horizon and by using knowledge of material degradation that we have, we can plan how the collections might degrade under different environmental conditions. And that allows us to develop suitable environmental plans for heritage collections, in this case, particularly library and archives. We see the black curve of degradation of library and archival collections a few thousand years into the future, and we see that the decay has two waves, which reflects the material makeup of those collections, and this now enables us to plan temperature and relative humidity accordingly in those collections. However, in many collections, in many archival buildings, in order to ensure what is deemed to be suitable temperature and relative humidity, we need to install, or HVAC units, climatization units have been installed in the past, which are incredibly power hungry. But they're power hungry because we have set ourselves very strict goals in terms of the temperature and relative humidity that is suitable for the long-term preservation of those collections. If we manage temperature and relative humidity just slightly differently in order to take into account the annual temperature and relative humidity fluctuation, then we'll see we could end up with significant savings in terms of the energy required. Because it doesn't really make a lot of sense to heat up collections in the winter, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to cool them down in the summer. Why we would need to have a constant temperature and relative humidity throughout the year is a big question that many environmental management in heritage institutions do not really know how to answer. So we modeled what might happen in the National Archives at Kew, so that's in southwest London, depending on the baseline energy use, which was in 2014, 33 kilowatt hours per square meters per year, and that involved constant temperature and relative humidity throughout the year. If we powered down the climate control over the weekends, because that's when you have no visitors in the building, you could save up to 20% of energy. And that's a lot of saving for a heritage institution. That's a lot of money in the budget that gets saved. However, by far the best environmental strategy was to cool down, or rather to heat up the collection a little bit less in the winter and to cool it down a little bit less in the summer. We call these seasonally adjusted temperature and relative humidity settings, and we see that the savings, the projected saving was 43% in energy terms in 2014. This successfully offsets external climate changes, or planned, or rather modeled external climate changes in 2050, and it even offsets the energy required to counter the climate change in 2080 in Kew in southwest London. So with our proposed seasonal adjustment and based on the climate change models for 2080, the institution will still be saving a quarter of its energy in 2080. We also have measurements to show what the impact of our proposed seasonally adjusted temperature and relative humidity were. These were the energy certificates for the Kew building in 3 consecutive years, and we can see how the energy certificate improved throughout those years. So I hope this was a good case study to make us think how we could manage our collections better, how we could drive down the CO2 emissions, even in long-term management of heritage collections. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mati. That was very, very interesting presentation based on scientific work, which is good to sometimes hear. And also what you also very nicely mentioned, you actually showed with a very practical example, the importance of having futuristic modeling and using that as a way of readjusting the way we are used to doing our management of heritage, whether movable or immovable. I think the principles remain the same. And sometimes we set up a threshold only with one criteria in mind, but having multiple criteria, including factoring in carbon emissions as one of the criteria, kind of helps us to readjust. And that, I think, was a very good lesson that you brought out with your very articulated and clear presentation. Thank you so much.
I couldn't agree more, Rohit. I'd just add that it was extremely important in this particular project to have all the stakeholders sitting around the table within the institution. So we talked about cross-sectoral collaboration previously, you pointed that out previously, but within the institution it's so important to engage curators, conservators, environmental managers, the director. Everybody needs to be on board, but they want to hear different narratives. The director wants to know how much energy or how much money they're going to save. Conservators will want to know how much better the collection will be conserved over the long term. So that cross-cultural understanding, if you like, within an institution is just as important as cross-sectoral collaboration.
Yes, absolutely. I cannot agree more than what you are saying. I would also say, because we, within the heritage sector, sometimes we don't collaborate with each other. Movable and immovable heritage. I mean, building sector, how much do they collaborate with the conservators of objects? I mean, there is such an important thing to take into account is the envelope within which the building, the collections are kept, and there's a lack of collaboration and there as well. So I think that's really, really critical what you brought out. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again. And now I'm moving to the last, but not the least, presenter. And I can see that Mr. George Trifonos, Professor George Trifonos will be presenting this online, so through Zoom, I suppose. So the presentation is titled "The Digitization, Preservation, Protection and Promotion of Medieval Cultural Heritage in Cyprus." So over to you, George.
Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes, it's perfectly clear. Please go ahead.
So in this presentation, a digitization, protection and promotion methodology is going to explain. This approach focuses on various case studies that we're going to present in some case studies in this presentation. Some of them are churches, castles, and towers. Here we have all the monuments that we are working on in a medieval map. Those monuments, churches, castles, and towers. The four castle and towers documentation work has supported by a research program under the framework of Interreg VA Greek Cyprus program. As we can see, all those castles and towers are inside the high-risk seismic zone. So for us, it's highly important to protect our cultural heritage for our future generation. In this presentation, the methodology for the digitization, presentation, protection, and promotion is going to explain. Then follows the digitization process is going to be described, which follows by the parametric modeling and the built information modeling. And finally, the data sharing through various case studies, which are going to allow us to further develop our methodology. Our methodology is based on 3 steps. The first step is the 3D digitization using terrestrial 3D laser scanners, UAV, and thermal photogrammetry, along with the historical data collection using historical archives for the detailed digitization of the monument. Then the 3D modeling in heritage built information modeling using advanced parametric design approach for a detailed architectural construction and data adaptation. And then export the digital material and import in cloud or online archives, so it can be used by the interdisciplinary community, which is going to increase the cultural heritage resilience. This methodology is based on the need of experts and no experts. For example, the production of high detail and drawing is needed for architects, archaeologists, and conservators or engineers. Also, material analysis can be used in parallel with the 3D model for static analysis simulation, or a parametric HB model can be used for monitoring, coordinating, and managing the monument's life. Also a high measure realistic model or a 3D 360 image degree images requires for the use of game or creative industry, for example, for virtual or augmented reality experiments or presentation. All the above can be added in parametric design process in order to adapt the needed information and data, which can be optimized the data transfer quality. So our approach on digitization of monument sites is based on two technologies: the capture of area photos using AAV and material terrestrial 3D laser scanners technology. For the 3D laser scanner, we are using a ZNF laser scanner that allows us to capture 360-degree photos with lighting, which then can be added and be used with a thermal camera. The thermal capture allows us to study the elements, the building elements, and to check the condition of the monument, and also to check the human comfort in space. Here we see some images from the digitization of Limassol Castle inside. After the 3D scanning inside, we load the scan result in ZNF control. This process can be done on site to ensure the quality of the 3D point cloud. And then by importing all those data in Revit and create the link with the suggested parametric algorithm that we're going to explain later, achieve a continuous adaptation parametric model. Here we have the example of Limassol Castle interior, that all those data were imported from the ZNF control to recap and then to Rhinoceros 3D and Revit. In addition, the process of the big data acquired during the digitization of the monument determine not only the 3D model, but also the maintenance data, materials, texture of the monument, and the information concerning the historical content. For example, sketches or stamps that can be found through archives or librarians. As I said before, the use of Revit allows us to create heritage built information modeling. The BIM integration in cultural heritage achieves a continuous data management between experts in the area of architecture, engineering, archaeology, conservation, and construction, with goal to create an as-built model with all the geometry, material, and system parameters, along with the historical archives. This parametric process requires in parallel the use of BIM-based parametric design and advanced 3D modeling softwares. This approach aims to for continuous parametric documentation and monitoring of the monument's data, which can lead to the preservation from natural disasters. Here we have the example of a high detail HB model of Panagia Asinu Church. As you can see, we have all the data inside HB model, and which includes the interior of the church and frescoes. Another example is Paphos Castle site, which is site at the high-risk earthquake zone. Paphos Castle shows impact from earthquake and rapid environmental changes. The detailed digitalization allows us to process data from drones and laser scanner and transfer them in the suggested parametric design process and semi-automated generate the BIM model. Here we have the Paphos coast and the digitization of the Paphos castle. Now, briefly, how we use this suggested parametric algorithm. The use of this parametric tool is being done through Grasshopper plugin for Rhinoceros 3D and a Revit plugin, which allows us to model the geometric double curve complexity of the building material, such as walls or windows or doors. These methods of parametric design allow us to continue monitoring the process of the digitalization data. These give us the ability to monitor the monument or any deformation or displacement that can be caused by any earthquake or environmental changes in the future. For example, here we have the back seaside wall of Paphos and the stone tracing that can be used to evaluate future digitalization for displacement and deformation. Of course, to evaluate, we need further new data captures, data from laser scanner and drones. Briefly, the algorithm allows us to import 3D point clouds or mesh, and then specified in architectural categories and types, and allow us to study the morphology of the material of the monument. After the specification, the mesh on point cloud is being generate a sub-D surface from mesh. In addition, a smooth factor parameter is being introduced to control the sub-D phase and reduce the initial mesh phases number. This achieves the accuracy relation between points derived from digitization and the H-beam solid model. So this process allows us to link the geometry in the H-beam model and add the 2D projection allowing drawings of the material at the surface, data such materiality, surface area, volume, dimensions, and lead with any historical parameters. Since all the process is done in Grasshopper parametric plugin, the raw 3D point cloud is directly linked with the modeling results and allows the geometry to adapt in the needed data for the interdisciplinary experts. And of course, the parametric result export can be uploaded on a cloud or any web interface in various formats for experts and no experts. Also, those data can be used as a risk management system, a foreseen measure for a long-term sustainable recovery process, increasing, of course, the cultural heritage resilience. For example, a cloud platform with online web interface can provide architectural drawings, details, perspective visualization, or data derived from simulation for seismic analysis, for example, giving access to anyone for use and reuse. And finally, through the use of our 3D model in real game engines, the opportunity of virtual cultural tourism of sustainable future promotes in Cyprus is being demonstrated in 3 case studies. For example, in the first case study shows an in-progress video that demonstrates an attack at Colossi Castle. The soldiers' uniform and the defense method are based on historical reference provided by the Department of Antiquity. And it's important to mention that by studying the past and history allows us to protect the future. Not only the monument as a building, as a tangible part, but the memory of the monument, which is the intangible part. Furthermore, here we present the second case study through a virtual reality application of Colossi Castle. In this virtual reality gives the feeling of a live tour of the monument, interior and exterior, of course, space. In this case study, the visitor can interact with the 3D environment and learn about the monument history and architecture. This is done, of course, in first-person view, and by activating information that the player can find in front of him, can be can be learned about the architectural space of the castle and the history. And here we have the third case study of that we are going to present. In this final third case study, we demonstrate a work in progress project that is using augmented reality with HoloLens. The aim is to allow the user to study the architectural detail of the monument. For example, the user can select specific architectural category, such as doors or the castle or another building inside the architectural site, isolated the specific part of this building and study the detail, for example, a chimney or an emblem inside the castle. Now, in conclusion, this adaptive parametric algorithm that we are presenting achieves a minimum, minimize the time that needed for complex modeling. For example, Paphos wall needs this complexity, very advanced modeling techniques for digitization and modeling later. Maximize the accuracy of data transfer for the needed data and use and reuse by other multidisciplinary communities. It's a semi-automated modeling method with accuracy detail control, which provides an endless holistic documentation and monitoring of cultural heritage and offers new opportunity for comprehensive 2D and 3D data use and reuse. And finally, all the data available can be exported and shared in various formats according to the needs of the interdisciplinary experts and the quality and a controlled quality data. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think your presentation very, very rightly highlighted the role of digital technology in monitoring, improving monitoring practices, and also showed various other kinds of applications from interpretation, virtual tours. And this has become really even more evident and important when we have experienced this pandemic situation where this has really allowed us to explore this technology in more than what we have been doing before. So thank you again. I just wanted to make one question to you. Meanwhile, may I request all the participants and the speakers, if they have any further comments or any questions for the speakers, to kindly raise your hands or put them in the chat box. So George, my question was about the technology with regards to the because most of this technology is very expensive and it's not possible for using it on a mass scale at the moment, at least. So have you been exploring or thinking about how to reduce the cost and making this technology more accessible in the sense of being affordable? And can you suggest like other big options where we can really work towards reducing the overall cost of this kind of option that we have available right now?
Yes, of course. There are many options for digitization and different technologies. Some are really expensive, are less expensive. Photogrammetry is a process that can be done in very easy way and have a very great qualities. But from our side, we are focusing more on very high resolution quality laser scanning. So for us, it's really important to capture everything in high quality and then management those data through our method. As an institute, we have the ability to do those things. So our purpose is to extend this in first Cyprus and then whole Europe.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. May I have any questions from the audience? Well, if not, I would like to ask each of the speaker, if you don't mind, one simple question, and that is to do with the topic of this session. And you have all explained in your own different thematic scope, what are the different things that we can do at different levels. But I would like to just maybe ask, what do you think is the most important priority for all of us in order to address this big reality of climate change and the risks that we are facing today? How can we reconfigure or reorganize the way we do things? So if anyone would like to kind of say something, I can see Anya has raised her hand. So maybe Anya, over to you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say there's a question from George.
Yes, Anya. So let's take the question from George, please.
The question was, how sustainable is the technology itself?
Well, it's not about sustainability, technology sustainability, but I believe it's about data capture and adaptation. For example, today we can do laser scanning with high or 1 millimeter, for example, accuracy. Tomorrow can be less. So it's how many data we can collect today, and how many data we can collect to future, and how those data can be used in future generations from the future generations, so we can increase the heritage resilience. It's really important and to have those digitization at any cost today. And as we all know now, with all those environmental changes, it's like running for digitization. It's not, we need to digitize, continue to digitize, and at any cost. With what we have, even with just a phone and photogrammetry, we need to continue digitization.
Thank you very much. So anyone would like to respond on the prioritization? What do you think could be the priority for all of us in terms of addressing these challenges? We have seen different initiatives being taken up at different levels, from the national level, at the policy level, as was explained by Tanya, to the collections level, as elaborated by Mattia. Of course, we need to work at different levels, but it's when you have too many things to do, sometimes it is difficult to know what should be the first thing to do. So would anyone like to kind of reflect on where we should prioritize as we move forward and reorient the way we do our work in the field of heritage conservation and management? If anyone would like to just respond. If you don't mind, maybe I can ask Mattia, if you are there and you're willing to respond to this. Maybe he's not around. Anyone else?
Oh, sorry, Rohit. Was that?
Yes, you are coming over there.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, apologies. I think we can't afford to focus on just one thing. There is political engagement that needs to take place. There is a lot of engagement that Icomos has, for example, initiated in preparation for COP26. I think that's just absolutely essential. There is work being done within the OMC group. I think that has energized a whole new culture around how we think about priorities. But we need to work at all levels, I think. On national levels, there is work that needs to be done in terms of cross-sectoral collaboration. On institutional levels, we need to have internal debates in terms of how we respond to the climate crisis, but there also needs to be a societal debate about how we lead on with a suitable response, and how the cultural sector can lead and show the way in terms of our response to the climate crisis. I think we'll need to learn to let some of the stuff go, because it's impossible that we have all the resources to preserve and conserve everything. Therefore, my question about letting go, about dealing with loss. And we also need to think about the deep future, because we need to consider how cultural heritage defines the way that we define our own future. Because there's a whole philosophy of thought about how heritage is a determinant in terms of what futures we can imagine for ourselves, for our culture, and for our cultural heritage.
Thank you so much, Mattia, for articulating the response in such a clear way. I completely agree with you. It has to be done at different levels. And here I would like to just mention that climate change policy for World Heritage properties is just being updated at the moment. And one of the key changes that we have been introducing in this new policy document is implementation at different levels. Because as you said very rightly, it is not about one or the other where we can say you need to do this first or second, but every level from the World Heritage Convention or the, let's say, international level to the national level and to the actual property level or the site level, there are different kinds of engagements we have to do. And obviously community is the most common denominator, but probably the most important denominator for which we need to have a deeper engagement. So with this, I think we have come to the end of this session, and I would like to thank all the presenters who have contributed, and also for the discussion with all very clear, good engagement. So thank you very much, and I pass the floor to the organizers to take this forward.
Excuse me, I have also a part of answer to your question.
Please go ahead. I'm so sorry.
What is really important?
Yes.
We are living in category of activities which is very dispersed. Everybody is expert, and everybody would like to be a leading expert. What we really need is strategic management.
Right.
Global, okay, start wherever we do. To know what we are talking about, we have to make a pyramid for the being, involve all of them, but have a clear line, strategy, what we want to achieve, when we want to achieve, how we want to achieve. And what recently is my understanding, this morning I was taking part in the one strategic discussion for Taiwanese Ministry of Culture, also talking about that. The clear is the first issue is societal profit of heritage and strengthening of community resilience, especially after COVID. So to see how much the investment, which is large in heritage, can be returned to taxpayers. That is, in cultural environment, what I'm talking, blasphemy. So don't talk about money in cultural heritage. Well, that's why I have a situation. So we have to see how much we can invest, how much we can afford, how efficient we can be. And that is the strategic understanding. All other disciplines are integrated in this. But leading should be something what we don't know yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Completely agree with your point. Thank you for sharing it with everyone. With this, I suppose we conclude this session, and I pass the floor to the organizers, please.
Thank you, Rohit. Thank you, dear presenters, for really interesting discussion, presentations. I think we just have very nice introduction to the afternoon session where we will talk about key challenges. So very welcome. At 2 o'clock, we will start with the next topic, chaired by Professor Roko Žarnić. So see you at 2 o'clock. Bye. Lepo pozdravljeni. Hello, everybody. Now we are back on our afternoon session called Key Challenges. What are the issues we will talk about? Our chair is one, but presentation was prepared by Roko Žarnič and Barbara Vodopivec. As I said, Roko Žarnič, who is the chair, will lead from here all presentations, before he will have a lecture for you. Before that, I would like to introduce him to all of you. Roko Žarnič is a professor of building materials at University of Ljubljana, Faculty of Civil and Geodetic Engineering since 1993. His research background is in earthquake engineering, with a particular interest for digitally supported built heritage preservation, development of structural elements made of advanced materials. In 1995, he established a chair for testing of materials and structures at Faculty of Civil and Geodetic Engineering and led its unit until retirement from teaching in 2015. After retirement, he continues his research work in international projects. From 2010 to 2012, he was on duty of Minister of Environmental and Spatial Planning of Republic Slovenia. He's a president of Slovenian Association of Earthquake Engineering. In European Construction Technology Platform, he coordinated focus area cultural heritage from 2006 to 10 and was individual expert appointed in his personal capacity to Horizon 2020 AG for Societal Challenges 5 in the time of 2013 to 15. He took part in several Eureka projects, 9 cost actions and 20 framework programs projects since FP4 till 2000 till Horizon 2020. So, Roko, floor is yours, please.
Sonia, thank you very much for a very nice introduction. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be with you today to share with you some knowledge collected all these years I'm working, also with help and support my co-author Barbara Vodopivec, who is a very brave lady because by profession she's historian and she decided to do her PhD with us civil engineers. So today we'll see what can be really a result of interdisciplinary humanistic and technical work. And I think that is what is to be recommend to everybody to work not only in own discipline, but cross disciplines. So my presentation today is something which is related to topics which are coming nowadays very much in front, although we are working on this the recent 10, 12 years. But you know, when you start doing something in research, it appears out in 10 or more years. So that's I am very happy that efforts, which I shared also with Barbara, became topic for heritage, and that future, maybe more research or application will go in this direction. So just maybe to mention something else, these days we are celebrating European Heritage Days. And this event here is one of that events which are important. And in these European Heritage Days, this year is titled Inclusive. So inclusive all what goes together and what gives us synergy. This morning, I had some speech for the Taiwanese Ministry of Culture on this thematic. Why I'm mentioning, because the same what we are having these 3 days here is going on 8 hours time difference on either side of the world. So we are very well globally connected. I borrowed this beautiful picture of this event, and I very much like the Slovenian title, Dediščina, kljubuje, and it would be nice to reverse translate in English. You'll get very nice translation. So, what I want to give you some information or actually complete your knowledge, because what I'm talking, I know that you are very aware, that we know about many things which I will talk will be self-understanding for you, but not all of us have the same knowledge, so that's why I'm taking chance to go step by step. I will talk a little bit about the concept of resilience, about data collections, significances of cultural heritage assets, concept of cultural heritage resilient model, illustrative case, and give some conclusions. So, resilience, when this came out, actually that is term which is about 70 years all around, but you will be surprised much more. And if years ago, the key buzzword in everywhere was sustainability, resilience became the last decade. I am a civil engineer, more in earthquake engineering, and resilience is very well known for us, not for other. That's why, allow me to remind you what is that. The term resilience has been used in different disciplines with sometimes different variations of meaning and context. The origins of term are multiple. If you look to Oxford English Dictionary, resilience comes from the post-classical Latin resilientia, for the act of avoiding. It also comes from the classical Latin resilient, resilience, present participle resilere. It entered in English from Silva Silvarum of Bacon, 1627, where it is defined as the action or an act of rebounding or springing back, rebound, recoil. In Slovenia, we had many attempts to give the right translation, although translation is very easy, but many people wanted to invent something more behind. But resilience is nothing in our language and odpornost. And that is the easiest way, because why? You can understand it as ability of body, our structure, to face the problems, threats which are in front, like our health. So we are resilient if we are vaccinated, but I'm not making advertising of vaccination. So the concept of resilient society must integrate many factors in a multidisciplinary approach to get a grip on the complexity of contemporary change. It is from 2017, from World News. Obviously, this resilience is not clear also globally, not only with us. But we have very useful definition for our part of work, for cultural heritage, which was given by IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's stated, resilience is the ability of a system and its component parts to anticipate, absorb, accommodate, or recover from the effects of the hazardous event in a timely and efficient manner, including through ensuring the preservation, restoration, or improvement of its essential basic structures and functions. More than enough. And I think it's for us just enough to keep this definition and not to be too smart. So, if you look on heritage and what we are doing, we are somewhere in the middle of story. On one side, we have natural and cultural heritage, more natural. On the end of this, we have furniture, we have interior. Well, where we meet with nature is on cultural environment and landscape itself. So that is something where we meet also the people taking care of nature and us taking care of heritage. And I think that it should go together as it was years ago in Slovenia. So how to assess? We want to know how our heritage asset is resilient. Well, you know that if you are ill, the most important doctor is the one who gives you a diagnosis. If you have a diagnosis, you have a chance to survive. And so it's the same with the heritage asset. So we have to have as profound as possible knowledge on asset significances. How they are defined, I'll explain later. We have the rich collection of data, so it's all about data. Nowadays, they say the one who wants to be successful should be well connected and should have a lot of data, enough data. That's all what we need. Network and data. So knowing the response of asset on natural and man-made disasters, to understand the significances of cultural heritage, to understand the social importance of asset, to understand the management of cultural heritage asset, and to have a knowledge on technical measures for increasing resilience. There are some parameters. Okay, there are many more details. List can be enlarged, always, but they are the key parts. So what about data collections? Well, we need data. So for collecting data, we need some order. We need protocols. We cannot collect just around. We can, but then we have to have the clear strategy. What is the point? Why we need this data? How to organize them? But this organization of data collection should be known before we start collecting. And then these documentation protocols, we can call ID models, identity card, or whatever I'll talk about, are the tools which leads to decision-making procedures. That's the key. But these tools are used according to the necessity of performing inspection, diagnosis, interventions. So, data collections. You say it's self-understanding. It is. But let's read what we mean about that. So, recognizing the importance of the reliable and as complete as possible data on various aspects related to cultural heritage, its properties and values, experts and authorities in many countries have been developing and use various systems and tools for inventory and documentation of cultural heritage. Later, I will show you on which web page you can find proceedings about these different data collection systems. The whole tradition of care for cultural heritage is reflected in those systems. Yet, at the same time, the approach to content stems for the local approaches and local understanding. Heritage is very local oriented, and many societies, governments are very, very sensitive on it. That's why maybe it in European legislature or whatever we are talking, activities, it's very difficult to get a common understanding sense. We are working on this for years. In some countries, there are several systems for data collection which are not connected. Therefore, the straight comparison of data on heritage assets is difficult. Okay, being aware of that, Council of Europe launched 1960s, started to develop methodological basis for inventorying architectural, archaeological, and movable heritage to overcome the problem of compatibility of systems and to make possible transnational inventory of heritage in the European countries, what resulted in the guidelines first time published 2001. In the same time, there was a cost, HSC 5, I was also a member of this, urban heritage building maintenance from 96 to 2000, where we concluded our work that there is a serious lack of reliable data. I must admit that we are not connected any kind or from any way with the Council of Europe. We didn't know what's going on there. But individually, by ourselves, I think there are 15 countries, we found out that we need wider knowledge. At that time, we are talking about the building identity card. After that, we tried to introduce that without much success. I was lucky enough that 2009, I was successful with the proposal of the European project, same framework project, EU CHIC, European Cultural Heritage Identity Card, where we joined, it was a coordinated action, 15 countries, or more, experts from 15 countries, and our results was so-called EU CHIC Identity Card, which has roots in Council of Europe document in one part, and then a deeper understanding what I can tell you further. The next effort of the almost same actors in CHIC with some additional ones was Horizon 2020 project Inception, which you can find on web inception-project.eu, which continued EU-CHIC work, and then especially Horizon 2020 WIM, Coordinated Support Action, Marinos Ioannidis from University of Cyprus, and now WIM Plus is Virtual Multimodal Museum. There's only a line of some project last fall where I was involved, but there are many other projects, and then you can find topics about around. Well, what we ended up with the CHIC, we used a little bit Freud approach, that this iceberg is coming from Freud, consciousness, some consciousness, and we said, okay, we have certain data, but that was done 2012. I'll tell you why I'm talking about that. Public data about heritage that can be available to everybody, but all sensitive data should be under control of the owner or responsible for heritage. Why? We had a little bit experience from Taliban destroying of Buddha. That was kind of the, but later with ISIL came true why this is so important. So, but we also found out that what Council of Europe proposed, and we a little bit enlarged, is more than enough, even too much maybe because there are some location coordinates there, for basic knowledge. The rest can be collected by European standards on conservation, professional procedures, ICT tools. That is the rich collection, which cost, so somebody invest, cannot be offered to everybody to make business of it. But if the owner with full responsibility to that, it's his business. Why is data important? The first set of data are important for tourism, for information, but these core data are important for decision support, for making decisions, for managers, for responsible person, for economic exploitation. So that is the real. So if you visit a web page, www.eu-CHIC together, EU, you will find it's still active, and you will find there also the guidelines, how to collect this data in certain languages. We made such effort, even in Arab language. Now we are waiting for Chinese translation. And then you have the templates with some cases, how to collect data that everybody can use. It's open, download, and you do whatever you want with this. But there are no sensitive data, it's upper part. So I mentioned that if you want to know really about heritage, we have to somehow organize our way of looking to heritage, collecting data. So Barbara Vodopivec, who is co-author, she spent 1 year of her PhD work to make, and I'll come back, the categories of 8, the 9th was added later, of 8 groups of significances. And I'll tell later why. So what is significance of cultural heritage asset? It defines the properties of cultural heritage asset. It encompasses tangible and intangible aspects. So it can be used for both. And it is a basis for identification of heritage asset resilience parameters. Heritage and values, heritage and history, heritage and nature, heritage and social development, heritage and identity. And here you can see the left top is something what is just geometry in the space, cultural landscape, geographical info. That's always comes here. The black are more technical aspects, more body. It's state of preservation, hazards and risk, and environmental impact. The blue one is more related to soul of heritage, more intangible, historic value, cultural, symbolic, social, economic, aesthetic. So if you're looking this way, and here I am and social, I'm promoting our archaeology. What I said, when you want to collect data, you have to have a clear idea. What I'm showing here is nothing new, just to recall. So we always have first indoor activities, prepare ourselves, go to outdoors, and then finalize things in indoor activities. That is something what I believe that the student of archaeology has to know in the middle of night without any hesitation, and even more. So, but other we are not very much aware of this. So first we have to define the goal, prepare data acquisition plan, and identify significances to be addressed. You go from that list or some other list and say what are most important stuff. And so you concentrate most important, like if you have time, you go to more details. So you should collect and study available documents before and present data using the suitable rules and techniques, presentation data prepare. Then you go on site, survey, collect data by various techniques, tools and instruments, and then come back. So this come back, finish with archaeologists in depots, in museums, for us somewhere else, but anyway, we have to create comprehensive database combining data acquired by on-site investigation and from study on the available documentation. And then we have to prepare a report. So how to prepare investigation report with this new way of understanding? Okay, I'm talking recently about the soul of heritage. These are this descriptive part, intangible part of heritage, which usually people are not very comfortable. Because nowadays everybody is talking about heritage beam and showing us the usual beam, but just with the old buildings. It's not a heritage beam. Heritage beam is only if you associate to this physical part, body, a soul. So you need to put descriptive part. Because without it, for me, this beam as usual. And Marinos and me, we are repeating that, and also Giovanni later, a group of us, recent 5-10 years, Tonia Moropoulou from Athens. But people, why? Because this last part is very difficult. Much more work done. It's easy to use instruments, to use software. Everybody can do that. This can do only experienced specialists. So since I'm civil earthquake engineer, I'm very much interested also in hazard and risks. But anyway, we heard about that yesterday. In principle, nowadays, we divide them to the environmental impacts and man-made impacts. Environmental are long-term. We heard today that it's very much added with climate changing. And then you have short-term, earthquakes, floods, and whatever. We have short-term here on our poster. But even more difficult or more dangerous are man-made impacts. You know which one is most dangerous of them? Lack of knowledge and ignorance. So here we have a short list of long-term sudden events. List is not final, always comes something else. And here we have this man-made and improper decisions. Somewhere some author said it caused 50% of all troubles of heritage, human. But here, to go back, talking about environmental influence of asset deterioration, I played a little bit since I am faculty. I was teaching also building materials, and understanding of long-term behavior of material and response to all impacts is very important. But one have to know which kind of materials is more sensitive to which kind of environmental impact. So if you go just first line on bio attack, timber is very sensitive because the warmth, that's more everything. Masonry, so-so. Plaster, very much. Cast iron, not very much. And so I made a little bit survey and thinking about, so this table came out, which is just one attempt. It's nothing, but just to remember people that have to know a little bit about materials, but not materials only nano, but materials also globally response. So just to show you, to illustrate how these improper decisions are important, there is a study, analysis of response of some cases, 2012 World Heritage Property sites. They identified 41 property in 18 countries as most at risk from natural and human-induced hazards according to World Risk Index. Look, only 10% of this valuable had the risk mitigation plan. So 37% risks were not identified within the management plans. That's why I'm talking. What is the biggest enemy to heritage? So state of preservation, it's something what everybody understands, knows, but sometimes details are problems, yeah? Devil is in details. So we need to learn about the condition of material assets, condition of structural asset, and maintenance intervention of the asset. Maintenance is the key issue. Also in category of lack of knowledge and ignorance of users, of owners. Well, for all these things, we have a lot of tools. Let's say we can go from micro world. It is, no, it doesn't work. Doesn't matter. It is one microscope which we purchased at my chair in faculty, where you can, with the microscope, goes very deep in crack. That is a very good machine. But then we go to macro world with a thermovisual inspection, where we can identify wet parts or places where deterioration can start. We can use the, today, multi-scanner device. The ZNF was already presented. When we, in the same moment, we got a 3D geometry, color picture, and temperature. I must say that in before mentioned Inception project, they've been partner, and they developed very, very good software. And also that when you scan, even if people are going around, it will scan so many times to get real what was behind. So you can do that in the heritage, let's say in Colosseum, when it's full of people, it will come out. So that was one of the good achievements of this project. And we all know these toys, which are nice. Almost everybody has, but they have variety. But it's very useful for visual inspection. You don't need to climb on the roof. Well, what's time? Okay. So let's come from all this knowledge. We try to understand, to make concept of cultural heritage resilience model. For now, such is not existing yet. Well, many people played this in last framework 2020, where we also suggested in focus area cultural heritage that resilience should be topic, and we succeeded. So there was a lot of resilience project. We don't have yet results published, so I don't know what was going there. But that is something what is a little part of our work. So heritage asset should be maintained in a way to be hazard resilient, damage tolerant, and sustainable. All three pillars of sustainability, economic, social, environmental, should be well throughout. The uncertainties associated with performance and consequence evaluation of structural and non-structural components are incorporated within the assessment process. The performance-based assessment enables complete insight in heritage asset. So what is the resilient? Now I'm talking about structural system. So it is, if we want to describe the resilient structural system, it is robust. So it has reduced failure probabilities. It is redundant. So reduced consequences from failures in terms of life lost, damage, and negative economic and social consequences. And it's recoverable. Reduced time to recovery, restoration of a specific system or set of systems to their normal level of functional performance. So, about the resilience of heritage asset, it is effort of proper management, what I mentioned, social engagement, because users have to invest or have to live in, and technical measure of us, technical person, which is many times business as usual. It's the less problematic because there is a lot of knowledge developed, and social engagement is the most problematic, work with people. Proper management is something what should be strengthened. And here, management asset is well-known diagram. So, no, when I was teaching students, I said that the smart peasant replaced a tile, first broken tile. The ignorant one, after a few years, replaced the whole wooden structure behind. So that is the motto of this. So you see in this diagram that if you have very preventive maintenance, you always have normally eroded, less or more. It's not a problem. If you're a little bit lazy, you have start of minor failures. And later, more, start of major failures, and at the end of the monument. So also in our discipline, we are talking very much about the performance-based analysis. That is one diagram which we developed in 7 framework project, Perpetuate, where we combined both performance-based analysis of structure and content in the form of mosaics, plasters, frescoes. We found some conclusions, some recommendations. Talking about resilience model, it is a well-known model developed in States after Northridge earthquake, 2014. Oh, I was there, 24, I think. Where it is clear that you have a hospital which is in full function, and you have in the time of operation 100% operability, so we call it R1, it's 100% in function. You have sudden event, and you have a process of recovery. But here you know how it was before, and to which level you have to recover. In heritage, is different thing. We know something in history, but very few of them we can know what is original state of use and quality. We can conclude from. But we had a series of events before we start intervening, with some sudden events, deterioration, so we never know, but we have something in hands. One moment, T1, we start to recover it, to do something, to intervene, and we can come to the certain level, which is not the original. Even worse is when we have the earthquake. And if you put that in timeline, it's a little playing with, so we can see history, what was going on, but one day we start to renew. We collect all what we have, and we can come to certain level of recovering value. We have to know that some value is lost forever, because we don't have enough knowledge, we don't know, but certainly we can do something. After that, after reconstruction, we experience another sudden event, another earthquake. And then we can at least come back to what we did before. So I have a case. During the earthquake in Croatia, on the 29th of December, on the 1st of January, 2 days after, I have visited in humanitarian action, and I also use that for my things of interest. And it was it hit a very historically interesting and sensible area, which in Croatian language is named Banovina, in Serbian, another name. And then I'm sticking with Banovina, because why? Because Ban was the ruler, Croatian ruler, and it got name from Ban. And here, 6,500 years before Christ, their first archaeological maybe order, but as far as I found, and history is going on. This area was an important place of control of crusade routes, and it has really rich history. And what caused nowadays problem was during the Turkish Ottoman occupation, when the military Krajina formed, which was held by some troops which were organized by Austrians, which are here behind. And all this Krajina was financed by countries which are here in Slovenia. Yeah? And also Croats, they've been also, here we got a mixture of Orthodox, Catholic, and Muslim world. And that is the background of all the history which was developed after that. And what happened now after earthquake? The area is devastated in social and demographic way. So a very known industry, Gavrilović, which was having several thousand, doesn't exist. Why? Because the supply of raw material, pork, vanished. And so there is a big problem. Croatia now has a big problem about post-earthquake renovation. Not structurally, it's easy to make. More socially, demographic, economic. Here is one little case which I learned, and I'll finish with this, in the time. There is, I'll come back to this, I'll just to say where it is. There is a small, now village, time, Gora, which was actually which was control post of Crusaders, of Templars, Gora, who actually protected this area for passage of crusades, in the first crusade, other crusades. Later, when a kind French king destroyed them, the Ivan, the Hospitaliers, Ivan Order of John took over these things. Why I'm talking? Because in 1934, there was the church, Baroque church. But back in history, in time of Crusaders, means first Templars, they erected a beautiful one whole, let's say, home, which was not church, it was church and their place. And later, the John's this order, another order, erected a tower. This was destroyed during the Turk wars, and later, when Turks have pushed, the Baroque church was built. During the last war, 1995, one side destroyed, shelled, and mined the Baroque church. What was, how to say, what made a pleasure to archaeologists? How? They could discover the layers, and they found the layers of the original Templar church. And then they decided to reconstruct it. Here, 215. But now I have to apologize to restorers, architects, and everybody who are not civil engineers. This team who did this was a team of very experienced and also aged experts, restorer, conservator, and some architect, without any engineer. And they've been following the rules of authenticity, which, from my point of view, was not well understood. I'll show you why. So how they reconstructed? Without mortar, just laying the blocks of stone, which was not well used. It's stone from Jajce, which was deteriorating the first year before earthquake. And since the main building is massive, during earthquake it survived, only the tympanum fell out, but completely bell tower destroyed. There's interesting to, I wrote some paper about that in Chronica of Saz. Interesting was that the bishop of Sisak was complaining during the construction. And after he had very critical. Well, this case is not well known in Croatia. I mean, it's not, I'm sorry, but you know, we have to reveal, to learn about, to teach about. And then here I made a little exercise of this resilience model I'm showing in this case, just to show how we can read from past which is able about the future. I don't know what will happen, but you see, in the last picture, inside is not that much damage, so it is repairable. But I think this time they will need also the help of the technical part of knowledge. So to conclude, significances of heritage assets combine its tangible and intangible aspects. The recovered cultural heritage asset should encompass as many as possible original significancy. The profound knowledge about significances is the essential part of resilience needed for recovery of cultural heritage assets. And here, the wide use of ICT methods, technologies, and tools strongly contribute to success of resilient identification and improving the resilience of cultural heritage asset. But also, ICT can help in this intangible part, not only in tangible part. So I'm not going to, I'm short of time, but this idea should be developed, should be more elaborated, more methods, and I'm very happy that in recent years, this comes in focus. I am in this story about 10, 12 years, but now after so many years, understanding common comes in front. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's say so. Questions are welcome, but maybe I would suggest that you think about, put on the chat, and at the end of session, we can go from question to question. If something urgent, if something is leaving, I'm happy to answer now. But for those who are staying with us, maybe we can concentrate on the answering at the end. So that both options open. Is there any question maybe? Good. Thank you very much for understanding. So shall we go on now?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe have 15 minutes and we meet at 3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock we will continue.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we are back. Now we will start our afternoon session where we have 8 contributions. Some of you are not yet online. We will start as it is on schedule. The contributor or reporter who is missing will be then allocated to the end of the presentations in order how we come to it. So if the first one is not here, it will appear at the end of other. But anyway, I would be happy if most of you are here. And now I would like to introduce Ms. Jana Weiser-Gomez, with her presentation, Landscape for the Working Coast, Reducing Flood Risk and Protecting Sacred Sites and Tribal Communities, Resilience by Strengthening Louisiana's Marshes. Is Jean with us? Okay, if she's not, that's the first case. So we will expect her to join us later after the last presentation which we'll have. So the next reporter is Steliuta Topalov, coming from Romania. She will present her findings on activating water-related heritage values for sustainable port-city relationship. Is Topalov, Lady Topalov, here with us? No, we are not lucky today. So let's say the third contributor is here. Alessandra Sprega, Jill Chitty, and Louis Cook from UK. Here? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
So we'll learn something about the collaborative mapping to enhance resilience in the historic center of Amatrice. So yes. I was last week in your region.
Ah, really?
Yes, in Opera.
Yeah.
I know you. So
yeah, okay, perfect. You ready? Perfect. I just share my screen. Second. Hope you can see my screen. Yes. Good afternoon. Firstly, allow me to offer my gratitude for being part of such an important event. I recently completed my PhD in the archaeological department at the University of York, where I was supervised by the Director of Studies, Dr. Jill Chitty and Dr. Louis Cook. Today, I will present my research experience in Amatrice that was part of my broader doctoral study, which looked at how the concept of resilience can be applied to historic centers affected by natural hazards, by investigating how people and cultural heritage adapt and transform after a crisis. Indeed, in the last few decades, in the discipline of conservation, there has been a paradigm shift towards a more people-centered approach to enhance resilience. Yes, the application and methods to apply and assess the resilience of cultural heritage are still under development, leading different scholars to question the vagueness of this concept. That's why my research aimed to provide a practical application of it. For those of you who are not familiar with, the town of Amatrice is located in the center of Italy and historically benefited from its geographical position since pre-Roman times, as the town provided a link between Rome and the Adriatic Sea. However, due to its location, Amatrice is historically prone to seismic events and have been recorded since 1550. The image on the right of the screen shows the historic center of Amatrice after the earthquake, which hit the center of Italy on the 24th of August 2016, causing a large number of fatalities and communities displacement. In addition to the dramatic loss of life, also the cultural heritage of Amatrice, including the historic fabric of residential buildings, suffered from the extensive damage caused by the 3 earthquakes and aftershocks between August 2016 and January 2017. This is an aerial images of the historic center of Amatrice before the 2016 earthquake. You can see its unitary urban pattern with the 2 main orthogonal streets that reflect the constructive system typical of the city of the 13th century. Here I have lighted the most important churches and the civic tower in the center. The progression of the aerial images after the earthquake not only highlights the seismic damage of the building, as you can see this image of 2016, but also show the indiscriminate demolition, as in this image of 2020, of that architecture that was considered minor, that however greatly contributed to the character and significance of the historic center. So this is just some images to show you the condition, the current condition of the historic center. This was in 2019 during one of my fieldwork visits. And it's important to highlight that the demolition erased most of the urban reference, such as the street patterns and the position of the building. Only the monuments that was deemed most important were propped up. So looking at these images, it's interesting to question the relationship between resilience and continuity in relation to the severe material and physical loss of cultural heritage and the consequent community displacement. For this reason, the principal research question as architects and heritage experts was to understand how the spatial analysis, which is traditionally used to represent risk in urban areas through map, could be used to represent and assess resilience of cultural heritage, even if its tangible expression is lacking. Therefore, the resilience thinking approach is used, highlighting its fundamental elements of adaptability and transformability. However, it is important to link this concept with the contemporary understanding of conservation as a tool for managing change, in continuity with the local identity and heritage values. Therefore, community participation was deemed crucial to connect the future perspective and vision of the historic center and its past values and tradition. Indeed, as Erika Avrami powerfully articulates, practice of cultural and collaborative mapping can underpin community identity and resilience through shared memory and narratives. So, to answer to the main research question, we proposed another methodology that uses the participatory GIS, which is the practice of gathering data using traditional social science method and combines them with spatial features in a map. In the first phase, through a collaborative mapping workshop, we started by reflecting the local knowledge and heritage values of different stakeholders onto a map, combining them with different sources of data. The second phase of the research envisaged the analysis and digitalization of data, and this constituted the database for the construction of the GIS platform and the development of an interactive map able to support social learning and ensure data accessibility. In fact, the last phase is dedicated to the dissemination and learning of the heritage, the results of the activity. So, looking closer to the collaborative mapping workshop that took place in Amatrice, the main objective of this activity was to establish the connection between people and places, recording the heritage values attached to the historic center of Amatrice. Alongside this, the recognition of the values of the historic center aimed to enhance the cultural identity of the local community. Participants were then asked to highlight the multiple layers of the values in relation to the wider spatial configuration of the historic city, both on urban and individual building scale. So these are some images taken during the activity. And so you can see there are different annotation and symbols that participants use to highlight the values of a matrice on the map. As you can see in the left images, these participants use the art and providing a little explanation why that building was important to him and which memory was attached to that building. But also participants provided a personal interpretation of the space, as in the image on the left of the screen. For example, the center of Amatrice was defined as the heart of the city, as it was a place for gathering, whereas the gardens and park were indicated as place of play. So once the maps were completed, all the different values and description provided by the participants were analyzed and grouped in the following different heritage values and categories. It is important to underline that these categories were suggested by the same participants, providing a local perspective on heritage values. These include originally reported local values that reflect the habits of the community, such as those embedded for space of play. So here it's a little demonstration of the resulting interactive map that is possible to access online. So as you can see, this map, there is a tab with all the information of the project and which describe how the data were gathered and analyzed, and also the aim of the research. And like in the legend, there is like all the different sets of value displayed. And it's possible to interact with the map by clicking on the single building. And there is this pop-up window that comes up with all the information provided by the same participants and also from secondary source of data, containing also a picture of the building before the earthquake, and where it was possible, also an historic picture is included. There are also some public space recorded, and to this one, there are associated more intangible aspects of heritage, such as festival and religious procession. Also, different places can embed different values, as in the case of the cluster of San Francesco, that show the complexity of the meanings ascribed to a place. So it is possible also to personalize the map and highlighting the different meaning and initiating new conversation about the historic center, involving a more social dimension of heritage. So this is just significant. The visual analysis of the map show the historic values and social interaction are the most reported values. In fact, on the quote on the left underlines the social dimension of the space. As suggested in the other quote on the right, recording these values is fundamental to recovering local meanings which can inform guidelines for future reconstruction that are not just focused on the structural part of heritage, but include the social dimension as well. Quickly to conclude, the adoption of this type of collaborative mapping supports alternative narratives of historic center and associated heritage. It provides personal meaning that goes beyond the specialist and technocratic discussion about reconstruction, as well as highlight the different values embedded within the place, within the places. From this, the concept of resilience is understood as contextual to the social, cultural, and historical environment. And resilience is seen as a process that can develop through the use of participatory practices, which can significantly foster a dialogue between different stakeholders and guide a future reconstruction. Thank you for listening, and this is the link if you want to interact with the map. And I'd like to thank also all the participants that participate to the study. Thank you.
Alessandra, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to hear the application of resilience idea, which brings people more clear situation what's going about. Not theory only, but also the things. And I wish you very good progress in this.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Elise Kleitz from Germany. I hope she is with us. She will talk about the building resilience, heritage, and act of making architecture. Again, something what will give us more concrete insight in the resilience issue. So thank you very much for being with us, and we'll listen and enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Can you all see my presentation and hear me? Yes. Yes, okay. Perfect. Okay, so I would like to start by thanking all the organizers for allowing me to be part of the symposium today. So my name is Elise Kleitz. I started a PhD project in May 2020 last year. So I work within a research program at Brandenburg Technical University in Cottbus, Germany. Our focus in the research program is to question cultural and technological values of historic buildings. And the title of my thesis is Eternal or Obsolete, Overcoming the Dichotomy Between Preservation and Destruction in the Anthropocene. And in the framework of this conference, I've imagined an article titled Building Resilience, Heritage, and Making Architecture. I chose to present within the category key challenge because I've developed my subject based on one key observation. It is this tendency to preserve vernacular sites for the eternity without necessarily ensuring a continuity in the built landscape and especially in the way of building. So the central question that I am interested in is the question of religious heritage and the concept of immortalizing an architecture with the aim of transmitting what it represents, meaning a history, a culture, an identity of a place, and of a region without sufficiently transmitting the constructive culture. So that is to say the material, techniques, and the know-how within the landscape and the circular economy. So this interpellation came to me in particular in the region I come from, which is Alsace, located in the northeast of France. It's located on the border with Germany. And it is a region that is often represented by its vernacular architecture, built with a structure either in wood or in pink sandstone, depending on the various geographies. And by vernacular, I mean a generally quite modest architecture using materials from the region, and that adapts to the particularities of the place and of the climate in harmony with local customs and know-how. And an example of this architecture is the city center of Strasbourg, whose structure is made of wood filled with cobs, a mixture of straw and mud. And the site has been inscribed on the World Heritage list in 1988. So it is an architecture that really contributes to the identity of the region, and it's very present in collective imagination, inhabitants and behind. And even though it's perceived as regional heritage, the preservation of it is following numerous ways of destruction, especially in the countrysides during the 70s. So here you can see an image of volunteers in the 70s who restored houses threatened by destruction. And these houses have structures that can be dismantled and reassembled, as you can see here. So it's quite an ingenious system that allows individual beams to be replaced. So then the entire interior of the structures are filled with cob, and So the structure and the houses in itself reflect a way of construction that draws the inspiration from the immediate environment and the local craftsmanship. The houses that could not be restored on site, they were relocated on the vacant lots and on the village in the center of Alsace, as you can see here in this picture, how the houses were transported. Then the houses were so on the vacant lot, and which it became in the 80s, it became a museum, which is today called the Icomos. So it's quite an inventory of all of different peasant houses from the region. So as you can see here, and it exists until today, and many Alsatians would direct the tourists to go to this museum in order to see what is a regional architecture representing the region. And what I wonder, or what I want to question, is the fact that these houses have become an emblem of the region and are perceived as regional heritage. Does it prevent the architecture to evolve through time? And does it prevent it to be updated in the contemporary building culture? Because since already in the 70s, these houses, they were massively destroyed to make way for housing estates. And even today, a local association fighting for the preservation of the Alsatian house still reports between 300 to 400 destructions per year. So I find it extremely curious to sanctify architecture and associate it with an idea, with an identity, without really integrating it into the evolution of the built landscape. And this is where the question of transmission is relevant, and it is important to ask what do we really want to transmit. And today we can also choose to see a heritage as a tool to question our current way of building and dealing with the built environment. Since the act of building itself produces 40% of CO2 emissions, and in particular the production of certain materials such as concrete, since it's a material industry that consumes great amounts of sand. So there's a clear need to find alternatives to concrete without saying that it's a bad material. On the opposite, I think it's a very precious one. So there's a need to realize that the current consumption of cement and concrete does not work, and the need to use the right amount of the right material in the right place. So the great challenge is to in order to ensure sustainable present and future, is to conceive the transmission of the built heritage behind the monument and draw on the intangible dimension, on the materials, on the values of the building culture and the act of building itself. And now I want to jump towards another region, the region of Vorarlberg, located in Austria, which is also a bridge between the key challenge and the case study, because I think it's a case where it's quite possible to try to answer to the question how to preserve traditional practices to build sustainable future. Because in the region of Vorarlberg, there's a very strong timber industry. It's very efficient, and a strong sense of circular economy in the building culture, where they try to link, to reconcile ecology and economy. So it is a region that makes a design decision in correlation to the resources present on or near the site, and favor techniques that suit the skills of the human resources that are available. So instead of purchasing items on the global market of materials, they tend to unearth the potential of local and crafted resources and try to choose actively, they choose to actively contribute to the entire act of building, including the material production. And it's the result of a political will as well. And one of the strategy to promote this building culture is the Holzbau Kunst strategy, a threefold strategy. So Holzbau is wood construction and Kunst is art. So it's based on three principles. The first one is the Holzbau Preis. So it's a prize that values and celebrates great architecture made with regional wood. And then the Holzbau Zukunft. Zukunft means future. They have the aim to attract as many young people as possible in the building industry and craftsmanship. So they established a continuing training program to learn craftsmanship, but also children learn crafts from primary school and learn how to use the real professional tools and to store them, to respect the material and craftsmanship, and the relationship to wood and energy saving is taught from an early age. And then there's also the third strategy is to invest in lobbying and communication, careful communication. As you see on the right side, eine Zimmerlehre ist voll der Hammer. So eine Zimmerlehre means apprenticeship for being a carpenter, and ist voll der Hammer means it's very cool. So it's they're joking with words and tools, but yeah, it's a strong communication strategy to value manual work, which is one of the great challenge of today. And maybe if wooden architecture in this region is very obvious, it's also because of this pedagogical work and because children grew up with it. And this is the main thoughts that I wanted to share with you today. And I thank you all very much for listening to me, and I'm ready to any question or comments you may have.
So thank you very much. What I learned, what we are talking very much about, that the timber traditional structures are the treasury of the past knowledge, which we forgot and we need for future. So I like your presentation also in this aspect, bringing us, showing us how we need to learn from the past. Thank you very much. So regarding questions, we will wait until the last presentation. Only if somebody is in such a need to ask something because of other obligations, please. But since some reporters are missing, we'll be very soon to the end, and be patient with the questions. And also, I would ask everybody to put the questions on chat. So thank you very much. So the next presentation is very interesting one. We have the author from Russia, Ivan Strelbitsky, who is working on object from Slovenia, on the Podčetrtek Castle, and he will talk about the preliminary assessment of the technical condition of the grad Podčetrtek in Slovenia, with recommendation for priority emergency response work. So Ivan will enjoy your presentation, and after that, maybe some questions will come. Thank you.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I want to see my presentation. How can I do it? I cannot find my.
We'll find in a moment. Excuse me, you have to share your screen.
Screen demonstration. Yes, share my screen.
The green button.
Green button.
Down. Yeah.
But.
Yeah, that's it.
but I don't see it myself. I have a PowerPoint presentation already. Can you see it?
Yes.
Maybe put it in full screen mode.
Oh, full screen, like this, yes? So I want to make a little bit some corrections. Now I'm not in Russia, in Bulgaria. I spent here a good part of the year. And all my talk about this beautiful castle doesn't mean that I worked there. And by the way, it's the only my talk which not as a success story, but just a story about how it is with the prospects for the future. So I'll begin. Podchertek settlement is first mentioned in 11th century. The first direct mentioning of the castle happened in 1261, when it was called as Castrum Landsberg. It was once built close to the old state border on river Sotla, opposite Croatia and Hungary. The first known owner was Oton, son of Angelschok from Podchertek, mentioned in 1209, who remained castle owner until 1227. And there was a long story about 800 years of existence of this castle. I can tell only that the last owner was Atem's family, who arranged the chapel of Saint Jury in the castle, which was mentioned for the first time only in 1784. The castle was then thoroughly renovated in 1874 and remained in their possession until the last war. So you see the picture, it's a painting of, I don't know whom, but a good painter. So it looks like it in 19th century. After the war, the castle became a universal human property and served a variety of purposes, but gradually it was soon completely robbed. Only a few works of art that are kept in Posavsky Museum and Brežice were saved. It's a pity to tell that not the war was the reason for the destruction, but human negligence, and I think it is very sad. So, in 2017, I had spent a holiday in Slovenia, one of the most beautiful and picturesque countries in Europe. My local friends, who knew that I work in restoration, among other places of interest, showed me a wonderful castle in Grad Podchetertek. It's very difficult to pronounce, but I try to do it. You may correct me if you want. The site and castle and its dramatic condition impressed me so that I made a regular technical inspection of this ancient, almost 800 years old monument and its bearing structures. This is my first conference speech in which I cannot tell the story of success in restoration where I took part. Usually I talk about sites and began from bad or emergency condition of the monument and then gradually became better, and due to the efforts of my colleagues and my own. I hope someday someone can make a presentation about the story of success of this wonderful site. So let's see how it looks. The castle is a massive 3-story rectangular and plan building, which in a patio in the middle and 2 round towers adjoining western corners of it. The building is covered with a steep tiled roof. To the east of it is a small courtyard surrounded by stone wall, part of which had fallen down the steep slope. To the west wall of the main building adjoins an outstretched 2-storied extension chamber located 1 level below the first floor of the building. The first floor of the castle The extension chamber, part of the rooms on the second floor, and the rooms adjoining towers are covered with vaulted ceilings. The walls of the buildings are made from brick masonry. Most of the windows and door lintels are brick arched. And needless to say that only few windows and doors still exist. For a long time, the castle was abandoned and was subjected to natural destruction and human vandalism. Urgent measures are needed to be taken to save this valuable historical monument from further natural decay and vandalism. Besides, it may be very dangerous for the people who visit the site with numerous emergency zones. It was in 2017 when I was there, but I didn't hear that something got better from that time. This is one of the few remaining doors, and the main entrance and the limestone decorative elements are eroded by weathering. It's natural weathering. Here you see the broken, collapsed wooden ceiling. This is an emergency situation. Of course, the main reason for this destruction is the leakage from the roof. I may say that temporary roof was built by the time I visited the castle, but still it needs repairing. The stone walls have numerous defects due to deep erosion from leaking parts of downspouts. Part of the brick arched lintels are damaged by weathering. Parts of the walls are wet due to leaks from the roof, which is natural. You see it from outside and from the inside. Erosion of plaster layer due to capillary rise of moisture inside the wall, caused by improper vertical land leveling and lack of drainage. Stone steps of stairs are worn out and also are object to biodegradation. You see the green color. Part of the temporary roof is damaged. This place is over extension chamber. All the ovens and fireplaces are damaged by vandalism. It's natural because people maybe try to find hidden jewelry, gold, and some things like that. Below is the program of emergency measures. I hope as the day will come, it will be implemented in nature. So first of all, dismantle all elements of structures that are about to fall. Remained half-fallen wooden floors, rafters, extremely wicked stone and brick masonry, weak external and internal plaster from the walls. Cut destructing branches, trees, and all vegetation near the walls of the castle and the fence. Replace debris and construction garbage from each floor and outside the building. Repair weak masonry using bricks of original size. The mortar must be compatible with the original masonry and provide adequate vapor permeability. All vertical cracks must be repaired with the insertion of fiberglass anchors together with grouting to provide better bond between separate parts of the wall. For grouting, we use special restoration mix that should be used from well-known firms. Replace damaged temporary roof of extension chamber, make investigation in order to find traces of the original roof and restore it according to original shape. Repair roof of the castle with spillway system, including downspouts to prevent further damaging of the walls. Restore missing ceilings using the original material. Make leveling of the ground around the walls, providing the surface water to flow from the walls and foundations. Leveling of courtyard also should be done, preventing surface water to damage the wall and foundations. Only after this is done, it is reasonable to restore missing part of the stone fence wall. Special attention must be paid to the structure and quality of the foundation. Reinforce foundations in places where they are weakened by surface water with grouting. All emergency conservation works should be done under supervision of qualified specialists, plus many other works that will be necessary to accomplish after thorough inspection. So it's a pity that such a wonderful site was ruined, not in war disasters years, but after the war. The main reason for it, that it had no good owner or at least adequate manager. It shouldn't be a chicken farm, which one period it was, abandoned place for marauders who searched for gold and jewelry inside the walls and fireplaces, but a local place of interest, a museum showing its complex history, a prestigious hotel, a concert hall for medieval music, or both. It could attract tourists, create working places, encourage business to make a better infrastructure. This is my first conference speech in which I cannot tell the story of success. I hope someday someone can make a presentation about the story of success of this wonderful site. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them. Thank you.
So, Ivan, thank you very much for very interesting presentation about the problem we are very much aware. So what you mentioned is a real problem. I was also time ago somehow engaged with castle, but it's not a problem of castle itself. It's a problem of previous wrong ownership. For some other reasons, this castle was sold to improper owners. As I know now, the ownership changed, what brings a new light in the problem. So I'm very happy showing your experience in technical measures. I have also some 40 years experience in this topic. All is known for us, these methods we are using. Only these fiberglass anchors, it does not give me a lot of knowledge about. I know many contemporary methods. I was working 20 years on the FRP applications, also some PhD students on fiber, but I don't know really what you meant with this. Can you give a little bit more information about this? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for a good piece of news that there is a new owner and new hopes. What about these anchors? They are needed to connect two parts of the wall which are separated by a crack, a vertical or slightly inclined crack. Unfortunately, I have no picture to show you how to do it, but it is the same like a shoelace on a sneakers or shoes. First of all, you drill a hole at about 45 degrees to the wall in horizontal position, and this hole must cross the crack right in the middle. So you do it in 30 or 40 or 50 centimeters gap between one from another. Then you clean all these holes. You put inside them this fiberglass. Before we put just another ordinary rods, metallic rods. But now we use much more convenient fiberglass or basaltoplastic. And after that, we make grouting. We pump from bottom to the top liquid, special liquid, you know, it's either a special mix provided by firms like MC Bau, Chemi, or Remers, or we have analog in Russian firms also. Before we did this mix ourselves, we mixed lime, cement, and some other additives. And this mix goes into the crack itself. It goes to the all occasional voids that must be inside the wall. And besides that, the mix goes to the gap between the anchor and the hole, and it makes a kind of monolith. So I told you that it looks like a shoelace. And then it compensates the lack of bond in this part of the wall, which is disconnected by a crack. So these methods are used for dozens of years.
So thank you very much. Since you're using this for a long time, you must also have the information about durability. Because glass, we know, is alkali, not very resistant, even if it is impregnated. So it's a very interesting method, and is it patented or something? But something what we don't know yet on our market, and it's very good to have information. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, it's not just a piece of glass, no.
No, I know, the glass ropes, I know.
The fiberglass
ropes. We did some tests in our labs on this. I know
yes,
that.
the first time we used it, it was in the 1980s in Kremlin.
You have information about durability?
Yes, we have no problems with that.
Okay.
From that time, we had before we had problems with metallic rods due to rust. If the wall is not protected by a proper roof,
okay.
The rod gets wet and the rust make internal blasts. But we are controlling all the monuments where we use this fiberglass method.
Very well, thank you very much. It would be very appreciable if you send to the organizer of this event some links to your published or cases, and it may be very interesting for our practice, especially for students.
I will try. You see, most of my works are designed for lecturing that I do in Architectural Institute and the Institute for Restoration. So
if you have any additional information, yes, it will be very appreciable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if there is any other question to this very interesting presentation, it's welcome, or maybe at the end of our session, we will register all questions by chat, and then we'll give possibility people to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next
Хвала за позорность.
Yeah, is I hope here with us Giovanni Isini. We are good friends. He is coming from Italian Ministry of Culture. He is coordinated of the European project Opera. It has nothing with the music. It has with the work. So Giovanni, if you are with us, please give us a nice presentation.
Good afternoon, and thanks really for the opportunity to present our activity in Ministry of Culture regional branch in Marche region. So I will share my screen. Okay. Just a moment. My presentation subject is the documentation of cultural heritage in danger by means of low-cost methods for the knowledge and preservation of historical and artistic values. In fact, our institutional activity of the regional branch of the Ministry of Culture in Italy, we have institutional missions, and one of the most important is the acknowledgement and monitoring of the listed heritage in our region. So we carry out the process to monitor the heritage items, and following the application coming from owners or other institutions, we assess if a certain architectural or artworks object can be deserve to be listed as a national cultural heritage. According to this main role of our office, we have also another important role that is complementary, let's say, to the first one, that is the management of the emergency unit when there are some event, like the event of the earthquake 5 years ago, or other events that may compromise the integrity of the local heritage. So starting from these two activities that we carried out, we are trying to develop a protocol in order to document our heritage through different technologies based to low-cost technologies and tools that could allow to have a memory of this heritage, and also to other activities that we will see in the slides. So as I was saying, according to Italian laws, we have a definition of the listed heritage that is provided by the Law 42 of 2004, that is the national law of for the cultural heritage, and this law defines what is the listed heritage and what is not. So the listed heritage, in order to be acknowledged, needs an act, and this act is produced by our office. In addition to the heritage that is declared as heritage through this act, there is a wide group of items that are considered heritage since until there is a negative acknowledgement process. This heritage group is composed by all the buildings owned by public and no-profit entities, which is built since more than 70 years. And so this, according to Italian law, must be considered as heritage and is therefore submitted to the preservation laws to be applied to all the heritage items. Then there are other heritage items, such as the museums, the art galleries, owned by public entities, and also libraries and other documents collection, which are owned by public entities. Concerning the landscape, we have a similar regulation in the same law. We have so we have a process of acknowledgement of the landscape heritage, which may include the valleys, historical settlements, and other landscape important landscape areas. So, and then we have all the areas which are considered as a landscape heritage according to their intrinsic values. So these are the coastlines, the mountains, over a certain level from the sea, all the archaeological areas, the forests, the parks, and so on. Concerning the activity of our office, our region is, compared to the other region in Italy, is one of the most important, let's say, in terms of quantity of heritage. So there is a wide system of heritage items, widespread in the territory, and so we have almost 3,150 heritage sites listed, and other 6,466 open ages. So these kind of sites that are considered heritage until the acknowledgement process. So totally almost 10,000 items to be documented. Here we, in this graphic, we can just see the last 3 years, excluding the 2021 acknowledgement process. So we have approximately around 80, 100 or 120 application each year for the heritage assessment for listing. And usually we have the 20% of these, approximately 20% of these applications conclude with the declaration of listed heritage. And so the item, in this case, the architectural item, is subject to the national law for the protection. Here there is a flowchart of the process. So there is a first the application that can be from the owner or from other interested entities, like association of citizens. And there is a first legal assessment, and then there is the most important assessment, that is the cultural one. And this process is very important because is the moment where our expert in the ministry, we assess the cultural values of the item in order to understand if may be listed. And then there is the decision of listing or not listing. So this premise, this introduction is I think it's useful to explain better why we are interested to develop a system of documentation of our listed heritage. In fact, in our region, as already the previous presentations shown, as in the same manner of central Italy, is subject often regularly every 20 years to earthquake events that represent very important and affect strongly the integrity of our heritage. Here we have some data about the heritage impact, the impact of the earthquake we had in 2016 of our heritage. And here we can see what happened to our heritage during this earthquake that we had 5 years ago. So totally, coming back to the numbers we saw before, we have these 9,600 heritage items. Almost 3,000 of them were affected by the earthquake in different levels, obviously. So we have minor damages and also important damages or total collapse, as we can see in these pictures. So starting from this point, we developed a protocol in order to document our heritage during the listing process. In fact, this is a lack maybe of technological development of our ministry in general, but our process of acknowledgement for the listing only assess the legal and the cultural value under a point of view of the description of the item, but there is no real documentation that should be performed in this process, because it can merge the understanding of the values of the site and the assessment of the site status during the step of the listing process. So why we need this documentation of this listed cultural heritage? When we have the standard scenario, so when there are no catastrophic events, is useful to assess the conservation status, to document and justify also the listing act reasons, because many times we have also appeal towards our act of listing. So using this kind of documentation, we can show where the values of this item are, which are the values of the item. Then we have also to assess the unauthorized transformation after the listing process. But most important is the role of this kind of documentation in the post-earthquake scenario. In fact, we can document with this tool, we could document with this tool the pre-collapse configuration of the item. We can assess if there were ongoing decay process before the catastrophic event. We can assist the selection of significant elements hidden into the ruins. So all these kind of function of the documentation we understood that this kind of need during the post-earthquake management in the last years, because we understood that we need this kind of information, and our standard documents produced during the listing process don't provide this kind of information. Also, another important data is the identification of the boundaries of the different properties when we have a widespread collapsing. And also important, this kind of documentation may allow virtual tours during the reconstruction and restoration works when the sites are closed. So the protocol we developed defined that this kind of documentation is needed for document and record the listed cultural heritage. And we defined the 4 main associated documentation to this listing process that we aim to develop in the upcoming years. So the first is the creation of to represent the architectural morphology at the listing step. Then we have the model, the mathematical model of the internal and external shape of the item, the orthophoto views of the main fronts and also internal fronts if they are particularly important, and the 360 degrees panoramic views. Using this kind, starting from these 4 types of documentation, we can then, after the listing, process these items to produce other kind of documents that may be required for other activities. The selection of the level of detail of this kind of models is based on the guidelines issued by the Getty Institute in 2008, very important reference for this kind of protocols, where we defined the level B as the better for our needs. So coming back to the graphic of our flowchart, with this new protocol is integrated with these new steps that after the commission approval of the Listing Act will carry out this survey process and also production of documentation process that will be embedded in the listing process. Here we can see the process requirement matrix. So we defined the tools and the technologies we need to develop this kind of process during the listing activities, and also we defined the degree of details of the document we would like to produce, and also the time constraints and also the financial constraints. So the status of this protocol development is represented in this slide. So we have this testing phase that will last 3 years. This year we are in the first year. We are producing 2 case studies, one based on the photogrammetry as a tool for acquisition, and the others based on the virtual reality in virtual tour mainly. Next year we want to reach the 30% of listed items documentation, always to test different and to understand which can be the cost and the quality and the compatibility issues. And into 2023 we would like to reach the 60% of the year Listing Act connected to a documentation process of the heritage. Here, okay, I lost the image in the middle. Is just some pictures about the first case study we are carrying out this year. So we have a picture of the point cloud of this rural church. And in this slide, we have the second case study based on the virtual panorama that we can see together quickly. And this tool is also very powerful to show the artistic values, and like in this case is this Cappella degli Innocenti, that is a chapel located in the inland of our region with this cycle of frescoes that is hidden in the mountains, so very also difficult to be visited, and now is closed for the earthquake. So we thought that this tool, this case study, could be interesting to show the constraints of this of the documentation of this typology of heritage. Okay, I'm going to finish. So concluding, the challenges that the application of this protocol are showing are the aim to apply this process to all the listed items as a standard procedure in our region. Then obviously should be important to extend this documentation process to the already listed items. So we have already listed 3,000 items, and this also should be documented, but obviously is a huge work and is something that we have to understand in the near future. Another point important is the involvement of the owners. That can be a positive involvement. So ask the assistance of the owner to produce this documentation that, as I shown briefly in the slide, also produce a cost that should be supported by the public administration or by law constraints. So push our ministry to introduce some law constraints that force the owner to produce this material or assist the ministry by means of taxes or other fees to produce these materials. And then also the challenge of the data conservation that is always a challenge in this kind of outputs. Two open topics. is that we are trying to face is to understand if it's better to keep this process of production of documentation internal to our offices, or to externalize by using consultants. Obviously, it's an organizational aspect that is very important in our structure, and also the identification of the final tool for the data visualization, because our ministry already has some informative systems that are that should be able to visualize this information that are associated to the listed items. So from my side, I completed the presentation, and thanks for your attention.
Giovanni, thank you very much to bringing us a little bit of digital heritage also, what is very trendy now and very important. But we have one question from a lady, Hochnet. Yes, it's not very clear to her, neither to me and maybe some other people. What is the demo-ethno-anthropology assessment? Can you give a little bit more information about it?
Yes, okay. This is a very specific discipline that we have in our ministry. We have usually one person each region in charge of this. So for some typology of, especially this is linked to the archaeology, or also linked to the immaterial heritage. When we have the listing process, there are different level of assessment. So for instance, I don't know, we received the application for a particular church in a small town. So there is the assessment of different, made by different disciplines. We have the obviously architectural, historical, if this church has an importance from the historic point of view, and also the artistic, if there are inside some important artistic element. And but also there are also these aspects that the ethno-anthropology and the demo-ethno-anthropology that are linked to the history of the civilization in that area. If, for instance, this site has a link with particular has impacted the development, the local civilization for a particular reason. For instance, now I have in mind one of this site that was declared of importance under the demo-ethno and anthropology point of view. That is a church where there was since centuries specific religious celebration that affected the culture of that particular territory. So this is the mean of this kind of assessment of cultural interest.
All audience is welcome to give some more questions, because as I heard, Giovanni has other obligations to leave, so he will not be with us until the end. So if anybody has any question or comment, please go on. If not, obviously everything looks clear. Giovanni, it was a pleasure to hear you, and best wishes for all your work further on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So our next presenters are coming from Ljubljana, from the Institute ZRMK. It's Gašper Stegnar, Stane Mrše, Samo Gosić, Marjan Šinezavr, and Miha Tomšič prepared a presentation about the balancing investments in energy efficient measures with conservation of cultural heritage buildings in the light of the global warming. Slovenian case study. Please, Gašper, go on.
Hello, thank you for the introduction. I'll just put on display mode, just a second. hope you can see it. Thank you again. I would like to share our experience that we have done in the scope of our LIFE project called LIFE Climate Path 2050. This work has been done in the scope of two institutions, Josef Stefan Institute and ZRMK, Building and Civil Engineering Institute, where we addressed and tackled an interesting topic. I will try to give you some insight in how to balance investment into energy efficiency measures with conservation of cultural heritage buildings in the light of global warming, a Slovenian case study. So to preserve or not to preserve. In our fight against climate change, many countries in Europe especially have already committed to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and as well as increasing the share of renewable energy in building and of course improving energy efficiency. This has been also the case in the past decade as well in Slovenia. In the building sector, especially, a substantial contribution to these efforts will be made through extensive energy renovation of buildings. Cultural heritage buildings are special. They represent an important part of our building stock. Energy efficiency related measures can cover up deeper problems of the building's condition. Hence, in the long run, building renovation is going to have to be implemented in a more holistic manner. In order to preserve cultural heritage buildings, more holistic renovation requires a more extensive and detailed planning as well as higher investments. Cultural heritage buildings cannot be, of course, demolished and replaced. This holistic, so those buildings will require substantial investments. Additional aspects will also have to be addressed, such as seismic strengthening. This presentation and our following paper will thus offer an insight into required knowledge of current condition of our cultural heritage buildings in the public sector and their required extent of renovation that will be necessary in the future up to 2050. We'll show a comparison between investments for improving energy efficiency in cultural heritage buildings and with all other buildings. We will mainly focus on renovation of public buildings. Next, we'll offer some typical measures for seismic strengthening of our cultural heritage buildings and a case study. So at first, why do we model buildings? And of course, why do we model cultural heritage buildings? For the purpose of creating expert basis for National Energy and Climate Action Plan, scenarios for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions were prepared, which of course include also cultural heritage buildings. In the scope of these projects, LIFE Climate Path 2050, some various scenarios for renovation of these buildings were prepared, and modeling results presented an expert basis for the acceptance of three very important documents that were accepted and adopted by the government of Slovenia. Those three are National Energy and Climate Action Plan, Long-Term Building Energy Renovation Strategy to 2050, and Climate Strategy of Slovenia. Stock of cultural heritage buildings was analyzed separately due to limited options of building renovation measures that, of course, can be applied there. Separate central governmental buildings that we have around 500 of those were modeled separately, since they should present an example case study for all the other public buildings and an analysis on holistic renovation possibilities was possible. The main issue was at first the lack of information on current condition of public buildings. Each country in Europe has to annually renovate 3% of its public buildings, but has struggled systematically to provide sufficient resources with appropriate financial instruments. So in the scope of our last work, priority list of building for renovation was prepared that gives the government an insight into required extent of renovation works as well as possible investments and savings. Aspects of cultural heritage was possible, as well as seismic renovation, strengthening, and both aspects were analyzed, and for each building that was made possible because of our joint cooperation with Ministry for Culture in Slovenia. So the final result regarding this topic was that we identified 7 groups and we cohorted them throughout many different aspects regarding the renovation that each building requires. And if you can see, groups number 3, 5, and 6 require before energy renovation of that building, they require compliance of cultural heritage. And we identify a little bit over 100 of them. And this list presents an example how to our government, just to see how many buildings are there, how much money the renovation in the long run will those buildings require. Next, if I tackle the effects of investments in energy efficiency for improvement of cultural heritage buildings. Regarding the energy renovation of facade, buildings achieve cultural heritage building on average achieve poorer thermal transmittance of external walls than all other building, and the price of energy renovation of those facades are on average lower than the price of all the other buildings. Regarding the renovation of roofs, the comparison showed that cultural heritage buildings and other buildings as well did not show a significant discrepancy, both on the prices level and regarding the specific investments as well. So, and as well, thermal transmittance was on average practically the same. And regarding the windows, the analysis showed that the investments of windows showed a significant difference in price. New windows installed in cultural heritage buildings are generally quite more expensive, but also have slightly poorer thermal characteristics comparing to all other buildings that are not protected by the cultural heritage. And to sum up this aspect, cultural heritage buildings show that less specific energy after energy renovation, so they consume more energy on average. And regarding the possible savings and use of renewable energy that was analyzed, it was showed that specific savings are smaller comparing to other buildings, and of course similar can be concluded for regarding the extraction of renewable energy sources in those buildings, since buildings that are not protected by the cultural heritage can consume more energy from renewables. And some possible ways how to seismically strengthen our cultural heritage buildings. Methods are quite similar than for ordinary buildings, but due to earthquake-resistant problematic geometry, unknowns, and limitations on measure invasiveness and appearance, they're more complicated and expensive. And if I show just 2 examples that were implemented in Slovenia, this is an example of connection of load-bearing walls with steel tiles and strengthening stone masonry walls with grout injections. On your left image, you can see, of course, a typical stone masonry wall, and on your right, some renovation works with grout injections. To conclude, there is a growing concern that the global warming will significantly change the building's performance pattern in the future up to 2050 and 2100. Many countries, especially in Europe, have already committed to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as increasing the share of renewable energy, and of course, improving their energy efficiency. And regarding the cultural heritage buildings, They represent an important part of our building stock, especially in historic cities, and thus improving their energy efficiency can mean a significant possible savings in the overall energy consumption. But measures for energy renovation of cultural buildings, of course, are not evaluated primarily by the achieved energy indicators, but by the extent of the impact on the protected elements and on the building as a whole. So in principle, priority is always given to those measures which represent the least possible interference with the substance of buildings and appearance of a cultural heritage building. So the energy renovation of the cultural heritage building in Slovenia, of course, and all the other places must therefore seek an appropriate balance between the preservation of protected values and energy efficiency. So this was everything from my side. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm of course available. Thank you.
Gaspar, thank you for very interesting presentation and topic which is very much recently again in focus. So we know that all working on this issue, and congratulations for very clear picture from the cost size and measures which are needed. Especially about that we cannot treat the heritage as a new buildings because always there are limitations. Thank you. So is any question here? We have a question from our host. Sonia, please.
Hello, Gaspar. I would have one question. You showed us all these numbers and calculations about the saving of the energy and the money consequently. I would like to ask you, did you consider also the not just the how much energy would you save for the heating, but also did you calculate the energy needed for the production of those materials you will put into these processes? Because this is embedded energy actually, as Roko is telling me, because this is the crucial actually. If we are just playing with the numbers, how much energy we will spare as the in the process of maintenance and using the buildings, I think this is the crucial problem. So I hope you did. So I would like to hear your answer.
Yes, thank you for your question. Regarding this, the presentation that I gave is just a first step. Of course, the next step is the topic that you ask, and unfortunately, I do not have the answer, since the sustainability aspect, so embedded energy that can be put into the building in the scope of renovation works was not analyzed. Especially, the main issues that we have are actually two. One is that we would need a separate project for that, because we analyzed separately 500 public buildings from the aspect of energy efficiency, cultural heritage protection, and seismic possible strengthening. And for the regarding your question, of course, we would need very clear data what exact measures should be put into each buildings, since we cannot simplify and put the same measures on all buildings and calculate embedded energy as a sum of all. This is the first topic, and the second topic is, of course, that sustainability aspect in Slovenia is, of course, on the horizon. We try to implement the methodology on all buildings at the moment, and as I recall, at the moment, national calculation methodology for sustainability indicators is being prepared, and after that, I think we will be able to calculate that aspect more in detail as well. But at the moment, unfortunately, I do not have the answer. Sorry.
I would just comment this. I understand you, but on the other hand, this is the crucial actually, because I'm afraid that on many cases we will actually use more energy for this renovation and these new materials than we will spare in the, I don't know, next 50 years for heating and cooling and whatever we will need. So I think that should be the basis. Research and then do this, continue with this kind of calculations. Otherwise, these are really misleading. So I hope you will continue that way. So thank you.
We'll try to. Thank you.
Maybe just one more comment. What Sonia said is completely right, but there is another thing. The improving thermal characteristic, you improve also indoor comfort. So the indoor comfort is because if you isolate and if you do what you want to do, you get a better conditions inside the heritage object and easier to use it. So it's different how to calculate. So it's not only embedded energy, there are many other aspects which should come in the final formula to judge the benefits. So there are only two aspects, but I think that will be more and more in future. So is any other question for this? Yes, please. Yeah, okay, shall I read? Yeah, Marcel was freedom. Yeah, no, okay. Tanya Hocknetz, could you tell us what type of heritage building were chosen? The construction of the stone, brick, or wood, and from which parts of Slovenia? So this relating to the cases you put in calculation.
Yes, thank you for your question. Regarding that, the question is quite detailed. As I said, we analyzed 500 buildings, central governmental buildings, and we got the exact data, how big they are, what is the main construction material, and that was practically it. So we didn't get the exact data from which part of Slovenia the material came from. We just knew from which material the construction consists. So unfortunately, the exact data from which part we didn't have. But regarding of what type of heritage buildings, I think you relate to the question. It was those 500 buildings that are considered as central governmental.
Thank you. Do you have any question? No, so it's still at the end of this presentation series. Will still be open for the question. For that moment, thank you very much for nice presentation. So now we go on. We have the speaker who is at the end of the list, but we are still waiting the speaker who was the first on the list, if I know. So here with us is Silvia Arroyo Duarte, which will talk us about the traditional urbanism and architecture from Panama facing COVID-19. Very, very actual presentation, and I'm very happy that you're going to deliver us these new aspects of problems we are facing in cultural heritage. Please, Silvia.
Well, good morning from Panama and good afternoon in Slovenia. Well, I'm a member of the Faculty of Architecture here in Panama of the University of Panama, and also a member of the National Research System, and I'm part of Icomos Panama too. And I'm going to show you, I hope you are hearing me okay and you are seeing the screen okay. I'm going to show you a little bit of the work I've been doing on traditional urbanism and architecture, and especially from facing COVID-19. First, I would like to thank Icomos Slovenia for giving me the opportunity to participate in this symposium about resilient heritage. I'm going to talk to you especially about traditional urbanism and architecture from Panama facing COVID-19. And English is not my mother tongue, so I'm going to read. I apologize for any mistakes in advance and hope the technology copes with us today. So first, I'm going to put you in context. Here is a map of the location of Panama in the middle of the American continent. Well, we are around 4 million of inhabitants. We are rather small. And you can see here on the map some of the world cultural heritage sites. In the Atlantic, you can see the fortifications of the Caribbean, and in the Pacific, you can see the serial site, the archaeological site of Panama Viejo and the historic district of Panama. We also have 3 natural world heritage sites. You can see here the Azuero region in the smaller map. That is where the case study I will show you is located. First, I would like to share a video. And this video, it's about 3 minutes, and it was recently presented at the virtual event called Parlamento Diplomacy at the Venice Biennale Virtual Pavilion. And the video shows this traditional urbanism and architecture. It's called the Junta de Embarre of a Quincha dwelling. Hope everything functions well.
Hello, Mrs. Sylvia, I'm sorry.
Okay. Hello, Miss Sylvia, I'm sorry. It seems that we don't have a sound from your video, so you have to reload, please.
Yes. Let me do it again and share the sound too. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay. You have to share the player in which you are presenting the video, and you have to enable the sound.
Okay. Sorry, I have to, to start again. I hope you enjoyed the video. Oh. Sorry, 1 second. Technology. Now, well, I hope you enjoyed the video. And as you all know, the document, The Future of Our Past, encourages the use of traditional knowledge, techniques, construction methods, materials, and land use, among others, because of its adaptability and resilience. The traditional urbanism and architecture in the Azuero region are the perfect example, as you saw on the video. The Azuero region is formed by towns that once were pre-Hispanic settlements and during the conquest and colonization were inhabited by Spaniards. These settlements nowadays called pueblos or known as pueblos present certain characteristics such as a central square or their streets which do not necessarily form a grid, designed according to the winds, and the houses that have wide portals to protect from the rain and the sun. As an example, this is the town of Parita, the one you saw on the video too. The historic center of Parita was founded in the 16th century and is the Azuero region that has best preserved its traditional urbanism and architecture. Its colonial church and plaza are surrounded by houses with portals that constitute a unique complex. As you saw in the video, each house is built through a cooperative process called Junta de Embarre, with the participation of the community, and the construction technique is called quincha, that is mud or earth supported by a wooden structure. This research shows that traditional urbanism and architecture from the Azuero region of Panama represents an urban and architectural model facing COVID-19. And I'm going to explain to you a little bit about this. First, traditional urbanism and architecture are based on portals. These become one of the most important spaces in the Azuero's traditional home, similar to a balcony in Europe. As you see here, the measurements of the portals and the way they are used help to maintain physical distance during the pandemic, and it is even possible to start a conversation with the neighbor without breaking it. Moreover, Spanish architecture came to America and was adapted to the new conditions, and the traditional Panamanian architecture is a result of this. For example, you have the influence, it has the influence of indigenous architecture, also the colonial architecture. You see here the churches, also the colonial houses, they have the same style. And most importantly, these colonial houses come from the Spanish tradition that mixes the Roman and Islamic tradition of houses. And you can see this in the different features of the quincha dwellings. For example, the materials used are probably adopted from indigenous dwelling. For example, the wood. The wood has to be cut in crescent moon, and this comes from the indigenous tradition. Also, for example, you can see here that like colonial and Spanish dwellings, the houses are close to the outside, and usually the only openings are the doors. And finally, these houses are built over this wooden structure here that is from Spanish tradition, and it's called armadura de par e hilera, that is actually Islamic influence. You can see here the wooden skeleton and the master builder called Francisco Vergara working on the house. Also, you can see that the traditional earthen construction maintained the colonial measures, you can see here, and also the similar names and of course the similar design. This wooden skeleton helps the house to maintain the interior spaces ventilated and are very large, which is very comfortable for the quarantine period. Also, the materials such as the earthen architecture are used to help the house breathe. To the date, the province of Los Santos, which is a part of the Azuero region, has maintained mainly the designs and measures of its traditional urbanism and architecture, and it is currently the third province with the least number of cases of COVID-19, only after its influences the indigenous regions. And traditional urbanism and architecture have a part of on this. And I finish just by reminding that it is important to look at our past and our heritage, and without imitating it or copying it, have as reference the know-how or savoir-faire of our ancestors to solve the current problems. Thank you very much.
Silvia, thank you for a very beautiful introduction, the part of your heritage, what we enjoyed very much. Now, since we came to the end of today's program, I would ask all around who still stay to give a questions. So Silvia, the first questions I expect for you from audience and then to other speakers. So dear audience, please come with questions. No, we have some old questions, no new questions. Shall we a little bit ask and wait, or shall we conclude? So Silvia, thank you very much again. Obviously, all was so clear that no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, Sonia, it's your turn now to conclude today.
Yeah. Thank you, Silvia. Thank you, Roko. Thank you, all presenters, for very interesting presentations this afternoon, the whole day. We are approaching to the end of the second day, and I have some information regarding tomorrow for you. It is not pleasant information. Unfortunately, our colleague Sandra Fatoric won't be able to be with us tomorrow due to personal reason. Something unexpected happened, so we will start tomorrow a little bit later, and that means 10:30. It won't be coffee break at the beginning as it is on the program, but Miss Tupalo from Romania, who couldn't be with us today, will be start tomorrow session, and then we will continue by the schedule. Yeah. Your host tomorrow will be my colleague, Vice President of Icomos Slovenia, Marija Režek-Kambic, and I hope we will have a fruitful last day with discussion and conclude everything by the 1 o'clock as it is in schedule. So please join us. Tomorrow we will open the link 1 hour before the official start. It means 9:30. Yes. We will also make an announcement on Facebook, and we will send a message to others. So spread the information if you know somebody who will intend to be with us tomorrow. Anyway, thank you very much all, and see you tomorrow. Bye.